from Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Alright guys, we are back here. Like I said, I do apologize for the issue. We had a little bit of a power surge here in the weather center, so we're good. Yeah, I know. But now that we're back, we see that the tornado warning has been dropped. I don't necessarily agree because we still have wind gusts upwards to 70 to 80 miles per hour. So folks still in these areas, still stay in your safe place regardless if the tornado warning is still in place or not. This still has a considerable damage tag at this point. So, Derek, have you heard anything with this? Okay.
Nothing yet. Also, so let's go on and take a look as well. Here for our folks in Northwest Arkansas, we still have a destructive tag on this storm, bro. This is a 90 mile per hour producing line of storm that is moving into Fayetteville, Rogers, Silent Spring, Bentonville. Folks, this is a dangerous situation still at hand. Again, you now have this line of storm moving into Northwest Arkansas. You have a line of storm moving into Central Arkansas. You have a line of storm moving into Southern Arkansas. So again, we have two different. What we have going on right now is a very unique setup. You have two different thunderstorm complexes ongoing across the state right now, and hence why. And if you notice something, it's not affecting South Arkansas. This is why your enhanced risk is there right now for later today.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about that when we get past this. But again, that being said, we have a line of severe storms coming into the metro, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. No tornado threat yet, but I'm not letting my guard down on that. Again, we have also a line of storms coming into Northwest Arkansas. This is producing 90 mile per hour winds for our folks from just north of Fort Smith all the way up 49 to Fayetteville, Springdale, Rogers, Silent Springs.
Make sure we're live. What? Hey, just double check. I didn't mean to cut you off or anything. I was just making sure because Facebook's been having a lot of issues. This is why we've been stressing so much that we recommend you guys to, not only follow us on Facebook, but also follow us on YouTube and everything like that because we are. Okay. I was just making sure because I see YouTube over here and we're good. And then I also see Facebook over here as well. So, like I said, folks, we're still live. We're still monitoring these storms. We haven't gone anywhere at this point. Okay. So we have 156,000 people without power. Do me a favor. I have Dustin looking at the power outages. Get with him, and he'll get you the number for Arkansas.
So, National Weather for Tulsa has highlighted Denton, Washington, Madison, Carroll County through 3 a.m. Wind damage is now likely. Tornadoes possible.
Okay.
So we are going to continue to track this line of storm. We're going to stay live as long as we have to overnight as conditions warrant. Again, 90 mile per hour wind should be treated as much as a tornado. Again, if you live in Washington County, Crawford County, and Benton County, take your tornado precautions right now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you live in Pope, P-O-P-E County, 70 mile per hour winds are now coming into Russellville. Take your tornado precautions right now, as we've been saying. If you live in the Little Rock metro area, we have a unique thing on our YouTube. I'm going to be firing up our GoPro on top of the chase feed vehicle here shortly. That is going to be live streaming to our YouTube as storms roll in to the weather center. I'm giving it probably another 15 or 20 minutes as this line comes in. But 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming into the metro as well. And again, for our folks in Southwest Arkansas, we have a secondary line south of that. That is moving to Southwest Arkansas. This is moving due east with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds there as well. We have multiple severe warnings across the state right now. We've already seen damage from at least one tornado, possibly two, already this evening, not counting damage and wind. We have 156,000 people without power in Oklahoma, multiple reports of damage across the state, across Oklahoma now.
So here's what we're gonna do for just a second here. We're gonna take a look, and this is a product that we use sometimes here in the weather center. Just give me just 1 second, and going to be right in here. You guys are going to see it very, very, very clearly here. What we're going to do, and you can see right in there, we'll have to watch this. You're going to have to watch this one right in here. That's in your Malvern. That's an area of rotation right in there. We're going to
Our
keep an eye on
folks,
that.
man, Haskell, golly.
Yeah.
Haskell, you've been beat up the last 3 or 4 days. And unfortunately, we're going to do this again. So if you live in Haskell and Traskwood, just take your precautions. Also, if you notice all these kinks along this line, all throughout Saline County, throughout Perry County, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions just in case. And again, I know normally,
look at there.
normally we use our bigger radar product, but with severe weather coming into the city, we're gonna drop it down a little bit to use our old reliable as I call it.
Yeah.
Especially with storms coming in.
Yeah. So just gonna kind of watch this very, very closely, guys. We're gonna take a look at the hail size real quickly. This is a good site. Over the last couple of days, we've had softball size hail and everything like that. This time around, if the hail sizes are not that big, that's gonna be the biggest thing at this point. So we're gonna go back over to our rotation real quickly here, guys. And right in here, I'm gonna take a look at the Russellville one. And the Russellville one is producing winds upwards to 80 miles per hour, guys. So that's going to be the biggest thing. We're going to have to watch this very closely right in here. That is where your winds are coming in at this point. And also, I'm going to have to keep an eye on something as well, Derek. Once again, we are now starting to see, and we go back over to our product real quickly here. It's right there. And once again, like right in there on that booking 40C, what we saw earlier that went through the Knoxville area and along Interstate 40, that is where it's starting to rotate once again. So we're going to have to watch this very closely over the next couple of scans to see if we may additionally get another tornado warning out of this.
Where that tornado level we're getting multiple reports power on almost 3,000 without power.
Okay.
Unfortunately, 13,000, almost 14,000 without power in the state as these storms are moving west Arkansas. We're getting reinforcement damage out of Sevier County, Howard County, Little River County, also getting reports out of Logan County, Crawford County, Washington County. So again, we're seeing this where
a lot of damage
reports are starting to flood in here. Unfortunately, this is now moving into the metro. Unfortunately, this is now moving into northwest Arkansas. 90 mile per hour line is moving in. This line, I was afraid if it turned east, we were going to start to see this more of a concern. And now we're seeing you have severe thunderstorm warnings now from basically El Dorado all the way to Bentonville.
Yep.
Our folks in North Arkansas are going to deal with the 90 mile per hour line. Our folks from Russellville, El Dorado are going to deal with our 70 to 80 mile per hour line. That's just for tornadoes. There's nowhere in the state is immune to this threat this evening into the overnight hours. Again, our timing said 1 to 3 a.m. is Central Arkansas, exactly on pace for what we expected. For our folks in northwest Arkansas, we're right on cue with what we expected. We expected that line to be in Central, but weather doesn't go on maps.
Yeah, there you go.
But again, we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. 90 mile per hour winds in Bentonville and Rogers, 70 mile per hour winds in Fayetteville down to Crawford County, 70 to 80 miles per hour in Russellville, 60 to 80 miles per hour coming into the metro area right now. And those winds are increasing with each passing day.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at this. And this is inside the storm here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this over to our tornado table real quickly here. And I'm going to move this over so you guys can see this real quickly here. And this is something that you guys saw with the last hailstorm. Right in here. You're looking at it from, this is basically I-40. This is the earlier tornado warning storm that ended up producing a tornado here. And luckily for us right now, because I'm getting a lot of people that are asking, is this thing still on the ground? Is it still producing damage? Stuff like that. Luckily for our folks up here, there's nothing that is evident of this thing being on the ground. I do see some evidence of a wall cloud potentially right in here on this very low edge. However, I'm not seeing any signs of this thing being on the ground or anything like that here. But regardless if this thing produces a tornado or not, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and also the potential of some hail could be possible with the storm as well. Nowhere near the sizes we saw the other day, but something definitely you need to watch very closely here. And we're monitoring all these storms for the tornado threat as well as the night continues here. Derek, are you getting any damage reports over there as well?
Right now, let's see. So right now, we're getting reports of them carport calls on the western edge of the state line. They're the Oklahoma area.
Okay.
Also now reporting 70 to 80 mile per hour wind line with Clark County, Hot Spring County
Okay.
as well. Looking across the state right now, still getting damage reports still starting to flood in. So our outage map is now up to 16,000. Outages are flooding in quickly, and folks, if we lose coverage here at the Weather Center, we have our backup Dustin standing by.
Yeah.
So this is yep.
I would do this right now.
But once
Have
again,
your phones on
folks,
charger,
if
folks.
you live in the metro, folks, you need. I don't like saying this because it is a thunderstorm warning, but go and take your tornado precaution as if this were a tornado. Again, 60 mile per hour winds, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, which is much damage as a weak tornado across a larger area. Same thing goes for our folks in Russellville. Same thing goes for our folks in Ward, in Camden, Arkadelphia. We have a secondary line coming in behind the first line.
Yeah.
This first line is not wiping out the atmosphere whatsoever.
I'm about to switch this over to our national radar because you've got too many radars you're having to switch between all over the place here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna switch this over to our national one. Memory for just a second. I'm gonna let the other one loop over for just a little bit so you guys kind of get a perspective of what we're looking at real quickly here. So
for our folks in Bentonville, my folks, I'm very concerned for our folks up here in Bentonville. This is becoming a dangerous situation where you force 90 mile per hour winds the cloud into the area.
Yeah. Also, my microphone's over here.
I know. But we're also continuing to watch multiple different areas. We have 60 to 80 mile per hour winds across much of the state right now, basically from Bentonville and Fayetteville to Russellville, just southwest of the metro, all the way down to Fordyce and Camden as well. And then we have a secondary line behind that one moving through Mena, Nashville areas, places like that. That's going to be moving again. Our folks in Prescott, our folks in Arkadelphia, once again.
Yeah. So,
okay over there?
We're good. We're good. Everybody's seeing the other radar right now, so we're good.
Yeah, I was like, but once again, this is quick moving. I want to set up our secondary, our live the outside.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so we're going over to this radar because, like I said before, this is just kind of give you guys a perspective. So now we're back over to this radar here, guys, and like I mentioned before, we're not only just focusing, on the metro or anything like that. We cover the entire state of Arkansas. So when you have multiple threats like this, what we end up doing is we end up going into what we call the national mode. So basically, you see the storms up there in northwestern Arkansas. You see the storms all the way down to southern Arkansas as well. And what we're going to end up doing is, first of all, there's now a considerable damage tag with the severe thunderstorm warning coming out of central Arkansas near the Russellville area. 70 mile per hour winds with that storm as it continues to move off towards the east and northeast, guys. So anyone in the path of this, you need to take your tornado precautions. I know it's 70 mile per hour winds, but when you take those precautions, it doesn't always have to be tornado. Severe weather is not always tornado this, tornado that, or a tornado or nothing. It's always severe thunderstorm warnings. It's always, damaging winds or large hail and stuff like that. I think over the last couple of events, we've kind of been waking up to the fact that severe thunderstorms aren't just tornadoes. They're hail and wind too. So 70 mile per hour winds, the reason why we tell you to take those precautions is because 70 mile per hour winds can bring down trees, and it can also damage windows and stuff like that. And in an event that you are on an outside wall or you're in a window or something like that, and 70 mile per hour winds come in, bust the windows, you have the potential of significant damage. So keep that in mind, folks. That's the biggest thing. If you are in the path of this, that's going to go from Hot Springs along I-30 up to Little Rock, and then you have the one near Russellville that's going to move towards Heber Springs, towards the Shirley area. Take shelter. That's the biggest thing. I know it's 1 o'clock in the morning. There's a lot of people that are camping as well. Try to get in contact with them. That's why we've been urging all day. If you're planning to go camping tonight, it wasn't a good idea with severe thunderstorms coming. So keep that in mind, folks. I'm going to stress that right now. We're monitoring every single part of the state at this point. And Derek, we have a destructive tag now for our folks out here in Hope. 80-mile-per-hour winds now coming into downtown Hope at this point. So that's another thing, guys. We're monitoring everything at this point. What are you seeing over there? Oh, yeah, you're good. I'm going to go ahead and loop this through here, guys. So you guys are going to see this loop through over the last hour or so. You can see how these storms come out of southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Texas, and northwestern Arkansas, and they continue to move throughout the state here. And I'm going to zoom this out, kind of show you guys the storm system that is producing this severe weather here. It is this upper level low that is pivoting out of Kansas at this point. You can see the severe thunderstorms kind of rotating along this upper level low at this point. And this system is going to have to be watched, because wherever this system tracks or what happens with this line of storms that pushes through will determine what happens with today's risk. And I'm noticing, like Derek mentioned before, southern Arkansas, southeastern Arkansas, from basically far southern Arkansas, that's Magnolia, that's El Dorado, that's Crossett over here. These areas are not being touched. North Louisiana is not being touched. So as this continues to move towards northeast, it's going to go into Missouri, West Tennessee, into the Ohio Valley. What's going to end up happening is you're going to have an additional round of thunderstorms at some given point tomorrow. Once we get past this, we will address it. We'll have information on the page and everything like that once we get past that point here, guys. The biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now is we are monitoring every single portion of this state. We've got storms southwest Arkansas, northwest, west central, southern Arkansas. We are monitoring it all, guys. Nobody's being forgotten here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. I want to make that perfectly clear at this point here. So let's do this. Let's start from northwest to southwest. Make our way from northwest Arkansas to central, all the way down to southwestern Arkansas. Let's start up here. That's going to be up here in Benton and Washington counties. So there's a destructive tag up here, Dave. What are you seeing before I get started?
Oh, nothing.
You're not seeing anything? Okay.
No, you are good to go for anybody that cares who lives in the metro. On our YouTube, we now going to have a secondary live stream up with the camera from our weather center.
Sweet.
And this is actually atop the AWW Storm Interceptor. I put it up there earlier in case this came in when it did. So we're going to have it up there. So if you want storms coming into the metro, it is faced towards the southwest of these come out of the west. So,
okay. Awesome.
So you're good to go there.
Okay. So what we're going to do, like I said before, northwest Arkansas, we're going to start you guys up here. 90-mile-per-hour winds. And you guys heard the reports earlier on from Derek of winds upwards, I think, let me refresh my memory. What was it, 120 miles per hour? 120 miles per hour. That is insane, guys. So the history of this storm is destructive. So keep that in mind. That's Rogers, that's Springdale, that's the area that's up here in Benton County and far southwestern Missouri, northeastern Oklahoma. This storm is capable of producing 90-mile-per-hour winds. That's the number one thing I want to stress you guys. Anyone in these areas, take your tornado precautions. Treat this as a tornado. These are producing tornado-like winds at this point. A considerable damage tag is now, severe thunderstorm warning, considerable damage tags can go for Fayetteville and the West Fork area. That's along Interstate 49. So if you're going from Fayetteville northbound on Interstate 49, what you need to do, you need to find a gas station, or if at all possible, you need to stay away from the Interstate 49 northbound at this point until the storm passes away. That is only if you can. If it's an absolute emergency that you have to go northbound on 49, make sure that you find substantial shelter. You do not want to be driving with a thunderstorm that is capable of producing 90-mile-per-hour winds. On the southern side, it is 70. On the north side, it is 90 miles per hour. So keep that in mind. Now, let's make our way down to central Arkansas. Let's talk about the storms at this point. Severe thunderstorm warning for Searcy, Newton, Johnson, Perry, Van Buren, and Conway counties in central Arkansas. This is going to go for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to include Russellville, the Dover area, the Perryville area, the Conway area, Greenbrier, Damascus, up towards the Clinton area. That's along Highway 65 that runs from Conway all the way up to northern Arkansas. This is going to be capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. Anyone in these areas, you need to get away from the windows. You need to get away from the exterior walls. That's the number one thing I want to stress to you guys at this point, okay? Now, let's talk about the storms in the metro that you guys are hearing in the background at this point. These storms are going to be producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're riding along I-30. It's going to continue to move northeast towards Little Rock at this point. 60-mile-per-hour winds, less than a quarter of an inch hail. No present tornado threat at this current time. However, we're monitoring the situation closely. Let's go a little bit further to the south. Let's talk about this severe thunderstorm warning, destructive tag once again. Let's talk about it. It's going to be for Hempstead County and the Nevada County area until 2:30 this morning. Two thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Belvis to 7 miles southwest of Hope. Hope, you are experiencing 80-mile-per-hour winds. These are destructive storms for the Hope and the Prescott area. Okay, you guys just got through dealing with a tornado warning. Now you're dealing with 80 to 90-mile-per-hour winds. That's how fast the environment is going at this point. So
70 to 90 mile per hour winds for almost every 70 to 90 mile per hour winds for almost every super thunderstorm warning across.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this: there is some good news. You go in eastern Arkansas, your shear levels have significantly dropped. Your wind shear levels have significantly dropped.
I don't like that.
So this is moving into a more stable environment.
Yes, I don't like that. For tonight. I do realize, like I said before, the damage wind threat is there. But you do not want, if you want to cancel out tomorrow's severe risk, you need this line to wipe out your environment. You need it to completely wipe out your environment. That means there's nothing left. And you don't have to deal with severe weather for tomorrow. If this line falls apart in eastern Arkansas and there is nothing left come sunrise, you will have a secondary threat here in Arkansas for tomorrow here. So that's something I'm concerned about, something we're going to have to monitor very closely here. But that's the biggest thing, guys. I want to zoom this out. Power flash in Bentonville. I knew it. 90-mile-per-hour winds will do that. Yeah. So you need to treat those storms up there in Bentonville like there's a tornado warning. That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys at this point. So we're going to go over to the broken down radar. I know it's kind of the that was the national radar. We're going to go over to our other radar for just a moment here. Spare me for just a second. So what we're going to do is we're going to start in Fayetteville. Which radar will be best, Tulsa or Fort Smith, Eric?
All right, so power is now out in Russellville.
Okay.
62-mile-per-hour wind gust measured there as it moved through.
Okay.
Our folks in Conway.
Tulsa or Fort Smith?
Tulsa radar's gone.
Tulsa radar's gone. Okay.
So,
looks like
Fort Smith it is.
I was going to say, okay, Fort Smith. It looks like it was still online, but maybe given like all false data or something like that. So we'll go to Fort Smith real quick. These are the storms right in here. Let's go over to just 1 second. We're going to push this over to our scene builder over here. This is gonna show you guys your winds at this point. So these thunderstorms, let's go over to your gust potential at this time. And like I mentioned before, these storms up here are producing 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. They're 100 mile per hour winds there. This is starting to max out my scale over here, coming into northwestern Arkansas, southwestern Missouri. So folks, anyone in these areas, I mean, that's Rogers, that's P Village, that's Bella Vista, that's Sulphur Springs, the Gravette area up here, northwestern Arkansas. Folks, get to shelter. That's the biggest thing. That is 90 mile per hour winds. 65 mile per hour winds is an EF0 tornado. You start talking 90 to 100 mile per hour winds, you're talking EF1 type damage from a normal tornado. So 90 mile per hour straight line winds will produce tree damage. It also will blow out windows and everything like that. So keep that in mind, folks. These are very destructive storms coming into western and northwestern Arkansas at this current time. Now, like I mentioned before, our attention does not cease just because it's just northwestern Arkansas. We are watching central Arkansas as well. This entire line of storms, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a track on these storms here. So bear with me for just a moment. The entire line is producing 70 to 90 mile per hour winds. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw this out all the way through, make it as simple as possible. We're going to plot this at about 60 miles per hour. Benton, we have you at about 156. Okay. Maumelle, we have you at 214. Pine Bluff, we have you at 215. Little Rock, we have you at 217. Conway, we have you at 218. North Little Rock, same time. Sherwood, we have you about 220. Also, the Jacksonville area, the Cabot area, and the Stuttgart area, we have you guys right around at 240, 245 in the morning time frame here. So that's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now. This is just looking at a broad stretch of the entire area that we're looking at, take shelter, guys. I cannot stress that enough. You need to be away from those windows, away from the exterior walls, because 70 to 90 mile per hour winds doesn't sound like a lot on paper. We've had classic stories all year about, these 140 mile per hour tornadoes and stuff like that. 90 mile per hour winds, I have felt, Derek has felt, it can do some damage. It can knock down trees, it can knock down power lines, it can do some damage. So keep that in mind if you're watching these storms coming up from central Arkansas at this point. We're going to monitor these storms as they continue to move on towards the northeast here, towards the metro, like Derek mentioned before.
They just extended the warning in the Little Rock Metro to 2:45 a.m.
Okay.
60 to 70 mile per hour wind. So, again, what's crazy about this is the weakest of storms seem to be coming into the metro right now. However, that does not mean let your guard down. We have multiple reports of damage coming from multiple areas of the state. This entire line of storms has now merged with each other like we expected it to. Again, Bentonville, Fayetteville, down to Clinton, down to Conway, down to Little Rock, and to Sheridan, Pine Bluff, all the way down to Fordyce, all the way down to Warren. Again, the entire system is now moving through with a lot of wind energy across the state. This is moving towards the east now, about 60 miles per hour, and it's attached to a low, AMCB low, that is currently in Kansas. So, again, this is continuing to push off towards the northeast. We can feel that temperature going up a little bit more.
Yeah.
As this line continues to approach and moves off towards.
Yeah. I'm just kind of taking a look at this while you guys are seeing this on live stream. Taking a look at some model data for tomorrow, and like I said before, it's going to heavily depend on what happens with these storms tonight. If these storms get out of here very quickly, and your environment overturns very fast, you will have severe thunderstorms for tomorrow. If these storms hang around throughout the morning hours tomorrow morning and throughout much of the day tomorrow, you will not have much of a severe threat here in Arkansas. It'll be more confined to Louisiana and Mississippi here. So something that we're going to have to monitor, a very complex scenario stepping up for us here in Arkansas. And it's going to be hinging on what happens with this. What happens with these storms as they continue to move off towards the east and the northeast there, guys. So first and foremost, we have 1,700 people on our YouTube right now. I don't know the number on Facebook. We appreciate each one of you guys being here during this event and being here at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday night. I really do appreciate you guys. Everybody that is here, if you can do us a big favor, click comment, subscribe on Facebook, 1,000% free. That way, if we have one of these events and Facebook crashes or anything like that, you get these instant notifications that we're live. You're not having to miss anything. And I'm going to tell you guys this right now. What you got? Okay, 72 mile per hour wind surge. Okay. And I was going to say, I got some big news coming up for you guys in the fall, so you guys are going to really enjoy that. But just want to kind of throw that out for you guys right now while we have a little bit of a quote-unquote down period with no tornado warnings on the board. But we're going to stay live on this, given the fact that this is producing 70 to 90 mile per hour winds stretching from northwestern Arkansas down into southern Arkansas at this current time. So, Derek, if you could do me a favor, like I said, communicate with Dustin and see what we're doing in terms of the power outage. I'm double checking everything real quick at this point, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to watch the Hope and Crescent area once again down there, producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds at this point. So, bear with me for just a second. 13,000 as of 1:36 this morning. They may have increased 13,500 without power across the state right now. That is a lot of power outage, folks. So if you're listening to this live stream, what I would do, get your devices charged.
What was that number?
13,500.
18,000.
18,000 now?
Yeah.
So you jumped. So that was at 1:36 this morning. That's about what, 20 minutes? 20 minutes ago? About 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes, yeah. It's jumped that much. So we're now at 18,000, guys. If we go down here in the Weather Center, we do have a backup. Dustin, he is ready to go just in case. But we're going to continue to monitor these storms as they continue to move off towards the east and the northeast at this point. Derek, I am noticing something in southeastern Oklahoma. You are starting to clear out.
Yeah.
You are starting to clear out. And if you don't get this other line to get going soon, you may be done by sunrise tomorrow morning. That is what I'm concerned about. I don't think model data is handling this cluster perfect. I don't think that's the case at this point here, guys. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation closely. Like I mentioned before, this is Chief Forecaster Cameron. This is Derek. We're here to keep you guys informed throughout the overnight hours, talk to you guys about the line as we're moving through. Let's take a look at northwestern Arkansas at this point. Now we have a situation. The destructive tag has now moved solely into solely into Benton County up here, mainly for the potential of 80-mile-per-hour winds here, guys. So the severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Adair County, that's in Oklahoma, has been canceled. So this is a destructive storm. It's going to go for Benton County, northwestern Washington County, northeastern Delaware, and southeastern Waldo County. That's going to be over there in Oklahoma. Thunderstorms are located along the line extending 6 miles northwest of Henderson, 5 miles northeast of Bella Vista, and 3 miles north of Farmington, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. These are destructive storms, 80-mile-per-hour winds in any size cell. Luckily, the hail sizes are not that big. It's just a wind. You went from one extreme to the other. You went from baseballs to 90-mile-per-hour winds with 2 events. So flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. So my advice to anybody that's listening to this, and that is in a mobile home, I would get away from the door, get away from the windows, because if something comes flying through, it's going to go right through those areas. Get something to protect yourself. That could be if you have a helmet, if you have a pillow or a blanket, not a blanket, a mattress or something sturdy to kind of protect yourself from that. To keep that in mind, that these are 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. This particular storm system has a history of producing upwards to 120 mile per hour winds in northeastern Oklahoma. Luckily, in northwestern Arkansas, that died off. Northeastern Oklahoma, you guys dealt with that 100 plus mile per hour winds. Northwestern Arkansas died down before it got here. But this is going to include Fayetteville, Springdale, Rogers, Bentonville, Bella Vista, the Lowell area, Pea Ridge, Grove, and also the Gentry area and Tonytown up here in northwestern Arkansas. This also includes, for anybody that's traveling or the truckers, Interstate 49 between mile markers 65 and the 93 areas. So keep in mind, 80 mile per hour winds. This is a dangerous situation. These storms are producing widespread wind damage. Seek shelter now inside of a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, guys. That's the number one thing that they are stressing up here in northwest Arkansas. What are you seeing there?
Area, real quick on velocity.
Yeah.
I just trying to seeing some small signs of rotation, not a lot.
Yeah.
But it's definitely along areas of concern, especially as this moves into the central Arkansas region, a very highly populated area as well as coming. It does look like a false return. It's trying to be sure.
Yeah.
And what I'm noticing with
there's nothing wrong with being too careful.
Yep. It'll be right through here, right in the Benton Bryan area.
Yeah.
Not seeing anything significant, but definitely there.
Okay. These are just all the roads, by the way. Yeah.
Also,
there we go.
So that's right through here. Again, I'm seeing a lot of false return. What I am noticing though is kind of
right through there.
We kind of have a bookend vortex kind of form here, just to the west of the metro area, and similar to what we saw in the River Valley. Again, this is a lot closer to the radar site here.
Yeah, I can tilt this if need be.
Now, that being said, for our folks in Tornado Weary, Little Rock, I know y'all are kind of on edge about what's happened already back in March. It's not a March type event. However, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds can do as much damage over a larger area. Again, that event was what, 100 and...
You're talking 160, because this was under a 4, so you're talking...
About 155.
156.
So again, we're not talking anything like that, but again, we are talking winds of 60 to 70 mile per hour getting ready to come through the metro area here in just a matter of a few minutes.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind, folks. Like I mentioned before, there it is. This is and that's perfect good reason for having that storm at site and everything like that, because everything that we dealt with back in March and in April with the tornado we went through in Little Rock and everything like that. I want to stress to everybody right now that are listening to me, all 1,800 people that are listening to me at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is not going to be a March repeat. We are not expecting a we are not expecting a major tornado outbreak throughout the overnight hours. I guarantee you guys, we are working our behinds off here at Arkansas Weather Watch. There's questions, to get radar updates, to make sure that you guys have the live coverage and everything like that. We are not expecting a major tornado outbreak throughout the overnight hours. Could there be a few tornado warnings? Yes. There was a confirmed tornado near the Morrison area. We could have instances of that. But it's not going to be the high risk we saw March 31st. If something like that was coming up, we would tell you guys 4 days in advance instead of, at the very possible last second. So keep that in mind. But we're going to continue to monitor the situation close, like I said before. Right through here. We got another destructive attack, by the way, Derek.
So, new information from the storm
prediction.
The SPC.
Yeah.
The threat of damaging winds and sporadic hail continues throughout the night.
Okay.
So this goes for our folks in central and eastern Arkansas.
Okay. They're expecting to downstream that watch.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no watch over here in eastern Arkansas right now.
Special 6Z sounding from LZK shows steep level lapse rates remaining in place ahead of the complex storm ample instability. Continue your wind threat and conditions. Photographs are relatively straight and long. Will support low storm longevity as they move southeast. Hail and winds.
Okay. All right. So they're ruling out any sort of tornado threat with these storms, which that's fine. I'm not going to rule it out. You have a low pressure in Kansas. You have a warm front rapidly moving north. All it takes is one of these storms to latch onto that boundary. We're talking situation. So this is not going to be an outbreak. I'm going to stress that right now. But my conscience is not going to let you guys think that there's no tornado threat. I'm going to have to watch these storms. We're going to have to watch these storms closely tonight to make sure that there's no tornado warnings or anything like that. At this point, but we're going to monitor the situation very closely, guys. We got storms coming into the metro. Derek, are you live on your camera?
Yes.
You're live on your camera. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Live on YouTube right now on our camera as well as for the
That's awesome. That is awesome. You guys are seeing a perspective on what's going on.
And this also gave us a new indication on what we can do casing wise as well. We can have casing and spear coverage both live on YouTube at the same time.
Awesome, guys.
Kind of a gamble that we took a risk with it, and it paid off.
Yep.
Now, what's concerning me is you have a double bow echo coming into the metro.
Yeah.
These winds are now in excess of 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, we can take a look at that gust potential real quickly here. Something coming up here just shortly here. There it is. And boy, yeah, you're right on the money, right here in these little pockets. 70-mile-per-hour winds coming out of Benton County.
And keep in mind, this is really close to the radar side as well.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do, I thank you for that. I knew something I was doing wrong. I was gonna tilt the radar so you guys kind of get a perspective. Because we're right on the edge of the radar at this point. So let's tilt this just a little bit, and you guys are gonna see these storms coming into the metro at this point. But I want to rest assure everybody up here in northwestern Arkansas, we are still monitoring you guys. 80-mile-per-hour winds going into Benton County at the current point. We're monitoring also southern Arkansas as well. I'm a southern Arkansas native. I know you guys don't have a lot of news coverage down there. Send them our way. We are keeping you guys updated throughout the overnight hours. We're going to keep you guys informed as long as these storms continue.
The good news for our folks in northwest Arkansas, their winds are finally down to 70 from 90. It's not much. It's not much, but it's there.
It ain't much, but it's something. It's something. We take a little bit of good news while we can get it. 70-mile-per-hour winds still can do some damage, but not as much as 90-mile-per-hour winds. So there's some good news out of that. No storms are going to continue to move into southern and southwestern Missouri as well. But we're going to continue to monitor this line of storms here. Let's go over and I'm going to switch this back over to our other positive activity real quick here, guys. So give me 1 second. So we're like super close to the radar. So let's take a look at this. And like I said before, if Little Rock's radar does go down, we do have other radars that we can use across the state. But right through here, you have a considerable damage tag right through here. This is going to be for the storm coming out of the Russellville area. 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be going towards Conway. What I'm going to do for just a moment as well is I'm going to go over and turn on the counties. You guys can kind of see where the counties are and everything like that here. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. These are going to be storms coming out of Pope County, POPE, coming into Conway County as well, into Van Buren County. We also have storms coming out of Saline and Grant County, coming into central Arkansas. We're monitoring all these storms down here in southern Arkansas and Clark County, Nevada County, Washita County, Hempstead County. These storms are producing 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. Let's go over to our gust potential at this point. And you guys are going to see as clear as day, these storms are going to be capable of producing 70 upwards to 80-mile-per-hour winds as they continue to move off towards the east and northeast. These purple blobs that you're seeing, Conway County, Faulkner County, Saline, Grant, Calhoun, over towards Washita, Nevada, and Clark counties. Those areas are where you're seeing the 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds moving through the state at the current time here, folks. So let's zoom this out, show you guys kind of perspective. These are still producing the warnings for 80-mile-per-hour winds. But I'm pretty sure these winds are starting to die down up here in northwestern Arkansas, which is great news. But we're going to continue to monitor these storms at this point. Derek, if you could do me a quick favor, let's tell our good folks how many power outages we have, and if we have an update on that.
22,750.
Okay. All right.
A lot are coming out of southwest Arkansas. A lot are coming where that tornado came out of Logan County. So far we only have 9 reported out of Britain for 90-mile-per-hour winds. I'm expecting that to change here shortly.
Yeah, they gotta get out there and assess the damage and everything like that here. So that number is gonna change fairly soon here. But it's kind of like what happened the other night down in northwestern Louisiana in Shreveport. We had like 20 outages at first. 20 went to 5,000. 5,000 went to 30,000 within 15 minutes down there once they get the reports and stuff in. So fully expecting that to change, that number to continue to skyrocket here as well. So we're going to continue to monitor these storms at this point. Like I mentioned before, let's go back over to our radar at this current time. There it is right in here, folks. There's your line of storms. At this point, they have now dropped the destructive tag up here in northwestern Arkansas. However, let's take a look for our folks down here in southern Arkansas. You still have the destructive tag down here with these storms. It's going to go until 2:30 this morning. 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's coming out of Hempstead County and going into Nevada County, Washita County, and in the Clark County areas here, guys. So anyone in these areas, if I know there's a lot of mobile homes down here as well, give them a heads up. Tell them, hey, you got 80-mile-per-hour winds. If you can get to a sturdy building, that is fine. There are a lot of businesses down here. You're closed. You're not going to be able to get in. So if a mobile home is your last resort, your absolute last resort, then grab your mattress, grab a pillow or something to protect your head. That way, if something like this does come through and everything like that, you do experience damage. At that point, you're protecting your head, which during events like this, head trauma leads in deaths. So you always want to protect your head no matter what. You can have a broken arm, but at least you'll still be with us. So keep that in mind across the board. So let's zoom this out. You can see there's a destructive tag over here in Hempstead and the Nevada County areas. Let's zoom this out. You guys are getting a new scan per second. You guys are seeing this live on Facebook and on YouTube as this radar is updating. This is what I love about the radar. It updates every 15 to 20 seconds here. So you guys are seeing this real-time data coming through the Little Rock area, coming through Conway. We also have these storms over here in Clark, Nevada, and the Washita Counties area at the current point. Let's go back over to our gust potential at the current time. There's your warnings at this point. There's your destructive tag at the current time. Right through here, folks. Okay? You're going to have to watch that entire line for 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Derek, do you have anything you need to report over there?
On the Little Rock Conway area.
Okay.
I have noticed a little increased areas of rotation where our lines are kind of meeting.
Yep.
So let's go in and look at this area here.
I'll be pulling him here just a little bit. It's doing a new radar scan. There it is.
Right, so it's going to be this area right through here, just southwest of Conway.
Okay. Let's zoom this in.
Looking at right, folks. I'm very right there again. Bookend vortice type situation. This is just south of Menifee, just west of Conway again. Again, this is one of those situations where it shows up in between radar scans.
Yeah.
It's something I've been watching, kind of track out of Perry County for the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's a zoomed
and you
out
can see
version.
it's right there. Just west of Conway, just south of Menifee.
Yeah.
You can see last couple scans it has increased. It's something to watch. You know, again, we don't have a lot of the shear that we had earlier, but we still have enough. And again, these lines of storms tend to produce their own shear as they move through the area.
Yeah.
Now, flip side of that coin is you have a significant amount of wind getting ready to come into the Maumelle area, the Heights, Hillcrest, places like that as well. That includes us here at the Weather Center. So we're going to have to, we are cautious. We do have a camera live on YouTube right now that is showing that as it comes in. So regardless of that, we are going to be watching that very, very closely. What I am noticing is these are starting to outflow quickly.
Yeah.
And that's concerning me for the threat later today.
Yeah.
Because if you get this out of here, your atmosphere will have plenty of time to recover. But in the meantime, severe threat does continue. We're going to keep watching this. For our folks in North Arkansas, we're down to 70-mile-per-hour winds. We still have a lot of damage reports coming out of Northwest Arkansas.
Yep.
We got damage reports coming out of Southwest Arkansas.
And also the Russellville area as well.
Yep.
I can go ahead and report. So we've got several trees down. It's going to be in the Darnell area. Just report as of that was about 1:38 this morning. Emergency management reports several trees down in the Darnell area. We also have multiple trees down on Highway 64 and Highway 359. That's going to be as of 1:26 this morning. The Russellville Regional Airport, as of 1:45 this morning, recorded a wind speed of 63 miles per hour at this current time here. Let's take a look at southwestern Arkansas, near the Murfreesboro area. Multiple trees down across highways 301, 26, and 27 in the Murfreesboro area. This is going to be as of 1:35 this morning. Let's take a look at the Hope area. Multiple trees down. This is as the 911 call center down here in Hope. Multiple trees down throughout the county, including the Hope, Arkansas airport down here in southwestern Arkansas, and also the Ashdown area. Also, once again, from the 911 call center, reports of multiple trees down in Ashdown. This is going to be as of 1:17 this morning, guys. So we definitely have a lot of ongoing severe weather across this area at the current time. We're going to have to watch this very, very closely here. We're still live on Facebook and on YouTube. I'm double checking everything at this point. You've got your stream up over here. Everybody's watching this very closely, guys. You guys are getting multiple coverage areas. You've got us over here, the Weather Center, the storms being able to come in, and also you've got radar and live coverage on YouTube as well. I dare say, and I'm not throwing shade I'm not throwing shade at Facebook at all. You can't do this on Facebook. You can do this on YouTube, but you can't do it on Facebook. So this is something that we have on here. Facebook, go over to YouTube. That's where we have all the coverage, stuff like that. Facebook, we're still live. We're still going to be live going forward. We're not leaving or anything like that, but we've got to figure out what's going on. So I'm thinking they're having a lot of service issues at this point. So what you got?
I mean, just these reports coming out of Tulsa right now.
Man, that is
complete
insane.
destruction, trees up the route of cars, traffic. I mean, it's a devastating scene coming out of Oklahoma as this line of storm continues to push east now across much of central into northern Arkansas now. So again, the damage reports are still there. They're not as significant as they were in Oklahoma. Fortunately, this has moved east. It continues to lose its oomph, but it's still producing 60 to 80 mile per hour wind, which is still just strong as a weak tornado. Continue to take those tornado precautions. Let's go zoom in on Garland County real quick.
Yep.
Look at. You have a secondary mesolo for me.
Right there.
Right there, and we're gonna have to watch this because what this could do is enhance your wind energy with this line of storms moving into the metro right now. Also, we need to watch this.
Yeah.
Look at the.
Yep, I saw it.
Right through Montgomery County. You may have had a brief tornado go through Montgomery County here in the last hour or so. We're going to have to watch that area as well as it moves northeast as well. This is with the secondary area of line. By the way, instability continues to surge in ahead of this line as well.
Yeah.
So you still have instability coming in, even with rain falling and the wind energy. This just shows you the amount of wind energy you have with you have crashing outflow.
Yeah.
With that right now.
I see that. Yep, I see that. So that may end up being that would be a problem downstream that's going to Perry, and
for
Faulkner,
Perry County, Saline County,
and
and Pulaski County.
Yeah.
Once again, so again, you get this line of storms moved through, you still have a secondary line to come through before all is said and done.
What I would say here is because this is forming on the west side of Hot Springs. You need for the detector for Little Rock, you need it on the east side of Hot Springs.
Yeah.
The west side, I'll be more concerned about the Maumelle up towards the Mayflower area. You're gonna have to watch that closely, see what ends up happening with the storm as it continues to move out towards the northeast here. You can see it with the velocity, guys, how it's pulling in all that instability up from Dallas County and Cleveland County up into Saline County at this point here, guys. And I'm with you there. There could have been a brief one in Montgomery County. Matter of fact, we could take a look at that real quickly and see what ended up happening with the storm. So, I mean, just 1 second. Let's switch over to our debris indicator, Derek. I do believe this is close to the radar, but I am starting to see a little bit of a indication of debris with the storm right over here in western Garland County. I'm starting to see that.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I want to see if this is, I think that was earlier. I think that's what happened earlier on with the storm as it was rotating over here in Montgomery County. It did start to push on towards the northeast, into northwestern Garland County. And it did have that brief moment, very brief moment, where it may have produced, and then it went just like that. So, something that we're going to have to watch. Like I said before, this is something that we've been talking to you guys about all night long, that this was going to be a possibility. You're going to have these brief, weak tornadoes along the line that could produce something as it continues to move off towards east, northeast.
27,390.
Okay, 27,000. Okay, so they're keeping me updated on the power outage over here. Dustin and the rest of my team, thank you guys so much. It's not only just me and Derek here, our Soda Watchers. We got an entire team that is updating, keeping you guys informed in terms of power outages and everything like that. So thank y'all so much for staying up with us and everything like that here. So, Derek, we're going to continue to monitor now. It's new severe thunderstorm warning for Faulkner, Van Buren,
60 mile per hour.
60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah. So,
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. As much as, significant damaging winds is a problem, and this is awesome at first that the line is weakening and we're starting to transition over. I'm starting to get that feeling that if we get this out of here before sunrise tomorrow morning, we may have another issue on our hands by tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. So we're gonna have to watch this closely. All right, 1 second.
once you remember our live stream camera, obviously it's a GoPro, so it's live and all the we still got a ways to go. It's only at 43 right now.
Okay. By the way, when that GoPro camera dies, are you
I
gonna...
am not going to do better than this. I'm just filming another one.
Oh man, it's just a little water. It's okay.
But once I do want to reiterate one thing, I do see that we are kind of losing of the line a little bit. That is a very good thing.
Very good thing. Yeah, for the wind damage potential tonight.
Yeah.
Very good thing. But like I said, I don't like the speed of this. If you were going to get a significant damaging wind event tonight, as much as it sucks on paper, you kind of needed it because it would have wiped your environment out for tomorrow. And you wouldn't be dealing with the potential of secondary significant severe weather. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Tomorrow, if that severe threat were to materialize, your tornado threat will be a little higher tomorrow than it would be with this event because you'd be dealing with supercells versus a line of storms. So that's why I'm kind of throwing that out there. I'm not wishing for obviously I'm not wishing for significant damage winds or anything like that. But you want your environment to be cleared out. You need additional storms. You need additional rainfall. You need your environment to calm down, to get washed out, because you don't want to have this move through at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then you're done by sunrise, and then you have from basically 6 a.m. to 1 o'clock in the afternoon of just partly cloudy skies and your environment getting unstable once again, because until this system moves away, you're going to have that persistent threat of severe weather. That's what's going to end up happening. You're going to have that threat of severe weather continuing throughout the day tomorrow here. So I'm kind of addressing both. Tonight's threat with the significant damaging winds, and then tomorrow's threat. That way you guys aren't caught off guard. That way you guys have that sense of awareness, hey, this is gone. We're not done just yet. Where's tomorrow's stretch? So we're going to monitor that closely. Okay, what do you got over there?
Trees down at Elm Springs, Arkansas.
Elm Springs, got it?
Yeah.
Okay. And,
So we still have the South Carolina storms through.
Okay.
So the initial line of storms is now moving basically from Pine Bluff up to Maumelle, up through Conway. Then we have our secondary area line of storms that is Camden, Arkadelphia, and Hot Springs area as well. So that's watch now being dropped in South Texas, now being dropped in Southwest Arkansas. So that out there also our leading edge of our line of storms that was producing the 90 to 100 miles per hour wind is moving off into Missouri now. This was not supposed to happen this way, but it has. So, biggest thing is though is that now we
my
have
spider sense thing so bad for them all time. Just gonna throw that out there.
So once again,
It's not
I
even
want to reiterate this. So we still have considerable damage tags
Yeah.
in South Arkansas.
Yep.
We have considerable damage tags in North Arkansas. So again,
I turned the radar off so you can go over the warnings. And
we're going to
watches.
stay live. We're going to stay live on this until those tags get dropped.
Yep.
And then we'll go back to our YouTube live coverage.
Yep.
But, once again, we have multiple warnings on the board. One going through the metro right now, Heber Springs. So basically, we have warnings for Van Buren, Cleburne, White, Faulkner, Pulaski, Saline, Lone Oak, Grant, Jefferson, Cleveland, Dallas, Bradley, Calhoun, Washita, Clark, Pike, Hot Spring, Nevada, Washington, Benton, Carroll, and Madison County.
You need a drink of water after that?
I'm good.
Okay.
Again, we have 70 mile per hour winds where you see considerable damage tags.
Yeah.
Our yellow boxes are 60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah.
We recorded actually 62 miles per hour here at the Weather Center, and we kept power. We have a tornado go a mile away and you lose power, so go figure.
Underground power will do that.
Yep.
Just gonna throw that out there.
But so once again, we are watching a secondary line coming out of Garland County, coming through the metro. Again, that's along that MCV new watch just got issued.
New watch just got issued. There it is. And you guys see, like I said, we just got it just firsthand. That watch is now going to go until 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. That's going to go for our folks over here in Eastern Arkansas at this point. So you guys just saw.
This is going to be out here well before 10 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be for our folks over here in Mississippi. And this goes all the way down to Jackson. This goes all the way down to Jackson. So this is going to be out here before then. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn the radar back on. I wanted to kind of take the radar off for just a minute to kind of give you guys like a perspective of what's going on with the warnings and everything like that. So the radar is going to be coming back on here just shortly, guys. Like I mentioned before, severe thunderstorm watch continues until 4 a.m. New severe thunderstorm watch until 10 a.m. now for our folks over here in eastern and southeastern Arkansas. This is going to go down here. I do believe that's going to be for Phillips County and these areas over here, and that's going to go till 10 a.m. at their time. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation closely. Like Derek mentioned before, as long as these destructive tags, these considerable tags remain, we are going to be live both on Facebook and on YouTube. YouTube apparently is not having any issues, while Facebook is having said issues. So we're not sure what's going on with that. We're going to continue to investigate. I thought we took care of the problem. But however, I guess it still remains here. So we're going to monitor it closely, you guys. I do believe that new severe thunderstorm watch, Derek, only, for 75 mile per hour winds now. Versus the 80 that we have here.
Tornadoes possible.
Tornadoes possible? Okay. All right. So we're going to be here. We're going to be here all night long. We're not going anywhere. We can, like I said before, this is something that we always do at Arkansas Weather Watchers. We're here all night long, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. As conditions warrant, we cover the entire state of Arkansas, not just Metro or anything like that. We cover the entire state of Arkansas at this point, guys. So let's take a look at this. Up here in northwestern Arkansas, but severe thunderstorm warning, thunderstorm damage threat considerable, 70 mile per hour winds. Biggest thing is, these are producing wind damage. This is not a hail damage or anything like that. These are wind damage. So something that we're going to continue to monitor. Derek, what are you seeing on the side over there?
Alright, so we're still working on getting damage reports right now, but again, still seeing a lot of damage. Reports now coming out of northwest Arkansas, large limbs down, two quick home, lots of power outages as well. Those do continue to build here over the next
Definitely. So something we're gonna have to monitor very closely, guys. There it is. Let's see here. There, did you? I think you already went over the course. Okay, so as of right now, 27,390 customers without power across the Dodger State. That number is going to continue to increase more and more and more and more and more as time progresses across the state. So that's what we got at this point here, guys. We're still going to monitor these storms out here. They have dropped the destructive tag down here with these storms out here in Nevada County. I'm going to monitor this one. This one still has a considerable tag down here in southern Arkansas here. So that's going to go until 3:15 at this point. So we're going to continue to live stream, guys. Live stream's not going anywhere. Bradley County, Cleveland County, Clark County, Grant County, Calhoun County, Dallas County. It's going to go until 3:15. So your thunderstorm is located along the line extending from Arkadelphia to 8 miles northeast of Chilster, 6 miles north of Stevens, moving east at about 60 miles per hour. That's another thing. These storms are not wasting any time tonight. They are quick. That is a mile per minute with these storms. So they're going to be moving into the Fort Ash area within the next 5 minutes. Monticello, they're going to be knocking on your doorstep within the next 15 to 20 minutes here, guys. Pine Bluff, probably in the next 20 to 25 minutes there. So keep that in mind. These storms are moving a mile a minute at this point, and they will be out of here. Like I said before, like you mentioned earlier, Derek, that's your thunderstorm watch is going to be done before 10 a.m. at this rate. These storms are just falling across the state and in eastern Arkansas at the current time. So, Derek, you have anything you need to report?
Nothing. So nothing. Significant overall, the radar views, I would say that we're seeing what we call kind of an outflow. The line is kind of outflow.
Yeah.
So basically, your heaviest winds are going to come before your lightning, before your thunder, and stuff like that. If this were daytime, incredible shelf cloud across much of the as well. Also still watching this area around the hot spring area with the line of storm is still exiting. Some signs of rotation. Again,
Yeah, we're going right back to it.
This is behind our initial line. We also have another line now coming out of Oklahoma.
Yeah.
As well. So again, watching this area just around the Hot Springs Village area.
Yeah.
So exhibiting sign of rotation. Again, this is the same area that could have produced some damage around, at least some tree damage around parts of Mount Ida, just to the southeast of Mount Ida, about 30 or so minutes ago. So on this track, it's going to track roughly to northern parts of Plain County, northwestern parts of Plaza County,
Yep.
and then on into Faulkner County over the next hour or so. Not saying anything's going to happen, but it's worth watching over the next hour.
Okay. And I'm just double checking everything at this point. Do me a quick favor, Derek. Make sure that Dustin is ready to go. I'm not saying we're gonna lose power. I just noticed like how everything kind of went down a little bit in terms of like the fan and everything. So just kind of monitoring stuff real closely, guys, making sure that making sure everything's still powered up and everything ready to go. So we're good on our end here, guys. But let me see here. We've got very, very strong winds down here in southwest Arkansas. There, winds upwards to 70 miles per hour coming into Park County and coming into Hot Spring County and southern Garland County at this current point. So something we're going to continue to monitor as time progresses here, guys. So we're going to go back over to our radar. Considerable damage that still remains in effect. What you got?
34,000 without power.
34,000. I suspected that was going to be the case. You had 70 mile per hour winds.
And I'll tell you two areas that I've noticed. After we had our 80 mile per hour winds, our snow warning in Nevada, and our wind power. Also, where we had our touchdown in Logan and Clark Johnson.
Okay.
So those are where our two biggest areas are coming from. Where our biggest reports are coming from, and I'll be curious what the.
I think we may have had a. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you may have had a tornado. With that, your velocities was just maxing out our scale over here in the weather center. So I think you may have had that might be tornado damage up there.
Yeah.
Up there near the Russellville area. So something we're gonna continue to monitor. But we're still live, guys. Like I said before, we're gonna monitor this considerable damage tag down here. Let's take a look at our gust potential at this point. Derek, if you have any urgent,
So the line
what are you
coming
saying?
out of
Yeah.
the metro has gone special weather state.
Okay, that's
So,
done.
yep.
That's done. Let's focus on this because you have some strong winds down here in the Calhoun County area and Washita County at this point. Let's take a look at our tracker real quick here. This is our wind gust potential, by the way, guys. Very new product here at Arkansas Weather Watchers here, and you've got wind gusts upwards to 70 miles per hour down here in the Calhoun and Washita County area down here. So keep that in mind, folks. That will produce some damage winds in terms of that will produce damage winds upwards to 70 miles per hour. Also, the potential of power outages and trees down here in Washita and Calhoun counties at this point. But I'm noticing a couple of things. First off, our folks in Columbia and El Dorado and the Union County area, the Lafayette County, the Miller County area, the same folks as you guys, Thursday night, you guys saw that potential of that line moving through northwest Louisiana. You guys are getting missed once again by yet another line that is capable of producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds to your north. So you guys have been looking out down here in southern Arkansas. We're not really looking out. You guys have been blessed down there from not really seeing any severe weather. Unfortunately, for our folks up here in central and northern Arkansas, that threat still continues throughout much of the overnight hours and into your first part of your Sunday morning here. So, kind of reiterating everything, Chief Forecaster Cameron, this is Derek. 2:30 in the morning, we're here to keep you guys updated on the latest. We've got multiple rounds of severe weather. If you're just now tuning in, we're tracking that severe thunderstorm, considerable damage tag in Washita, Calhoun, Cleveland, Bradley County. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings from Van Buren to Claiborne to White County now to Faulkner County. And then we also had the considerable damage tag up there in northern Arkansas, but those storms are moving into southwest Missouri, guys. So these storms are going to continue throughout much of the overnight hours. Once these considerable damage tags are done, we are going to switch back over to our YouTube live continuous coverage. And what we're probably going to do, depending on what ends up happening, we may have that continuous coverage throughout much of the day tomorrow to kind of keep you guys informed or anything like that. So we'll have to watch you closely, guys, at this point. But we're going to monitor these storms at the time. Derek, what are you seeing? A lot coming out of Tulsa. That is insane damage over there in Tulsa, man. 100 to 120 mile per hour winds. Daylight is going to tell a lot of what happened over there in northeastern Oklahoma.
Again, the biggest thing with this event tonight is that, like we talk about time and time again, you want these to form out west and move east over us because they tend to lessen as they move east across the state. And we saw that once again tonight. We saw several areas of damaging winds across much of northwest Arkansas, southwest Arkansas, but as you saw get into central Arkansas, you started to see it kind of lose its own.
Yeah.
Once again. Now, tomorrow to be different. Tomorrow we're going to have it form over Arkansas and move east-southeast. So, that being said, this is when we start to get our concern about tornadoes, about damaging winds, about large hail, because these form as supercells. They form as individual storms, and then they eventually turn into damaging wind threat or hail threat, etc. And that we expect that once again this evening, where this is going to, a massive line of storms going to move out. This will be out of the state before sunrise.
Yeah.
But we have another consistent lines of storms forming across Texas, across Oklahoma. We're going to have to see how those evolve. The atmosphere has been really worked over this evening. So we're going to have to see how those evolve as we go into the daytime hours on your Father's Day. Again, for many of you going to church in the morning, there will likely be rain across the eastern half of the state. You still may have a few ongoing storms as well. How this evolves tonight will determine how our severe threat is tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's basically where we're at right now. Again, that being said, we still have, thunderstorm warnings in effect. We don't have as many in effect as we saw earlier this evening.
Okay.
However,
I
continuing to monitor.
I see the issues on Facebook. Now that I see it for myself, I think I know what the issue is, and I can address it and get it taken care of by tomorrow. I think I know what's going on. I think our what we're streaming on going on to YouTube, I do believe it's too high for Facebook. Because Facebook only allows 720p, and YouTube is 1080p. We're streaming at 1080p. I think our stream is too high for Facebook. So what's going on is YouTube, where it's capable of handling said stream, is working perfectly. Facebook is trying to downgrade from that. So I'll have to. This is something that we work on in the off season, but this is not. We've yet to have an off season. So something that we'll have to monitor closely here. But yeah, that's what's going on, folks. Now that I've seen it for myself, I was like, people are saying issues over and over and over again on Facebook, and I was like, okay. And I looked and I figured out what was going on. That's the issue. That's an issue. It's a technical issue that I know how to fix. I can take care of it now that I've seen this. So let's take a look at these storms here. Kind of talk about these storms at this point. These storms down here are going to be your strongest storms. That's going to be for our folks down here in southern Arkansas. That's Dallas, that's Calhoun County, that's Bradley County, and that's Cleveland County down here. I'm going to go over to our gust potential, Derek. I mean, any moment, if you see anything, you let me know immediately. Calhoun County right now, Hampton, Banks, Warren, Hermitage, Monticello, anybody in these areas, you've got 70-mile-per-hour winds incoming into the Banks area, the Hermitage area, and stuff like that. So get them on the phone. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning. However, 70-mile-per-hour winds can still bring down trees. It can still cause wind damage and everything like that. So keep that in mind, folks. You don't want to overlook these severe thunderstorm warnings just because it's not a red polygon. That's the biggest thing we've noticed over the last couple of events is severe weather, especially hail and wind, have been your dominant, where tornado has been kind of taking a backseat to everything. So that's the biggest thing. We've seen a lot more damage with hail and wind over the last couple of weeks versus any tornado damage here in Arkansas. So keep that in mind. Calhoun County, you've got 70-mile-per-hour winds incoming. What we're going to do is we're going to put a track of this storm, maybe for just a bit. I'm going to switch this over to our other radar for just a second here. And I'm going to put it right through here. That was actually perfect. And we've got it going towards Tisman, over towards the Warren area, and then towards Wilmar, within the next 20 to 40 minutes over here as well. So there's a line of storms. They're going to continue to move on towards the east. Matter of fact, I'll give you more precise track now that I have my tracker back. Let's do this. Okay. If I can mind my drawing for just a little bit. And it's going to be coming just like this. And we're going to move this track. I'll clock it at about 50 miles per hour. You guys in a bit of a heads up. So Harold, 245. Tisman, right around 248. Banks, 253, which is within the next, I would say, 8 minutes or so. Hermitage, right after the 3 o'clock hour. Warren, right around 307. Wilmar, around 316. And then Monticello, right around the 326 area at the current time here. So something that we're going to have to continue to monitor very, very closely. And we'll go ahead and zoom this out and kind of show you guys a statewide view of what's going on. There, we also now have a new considerable damage tag with these storms over here in Clark County and Hot Springs County area. These storms are now moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Once again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are being expected.
For all of our reports, we have
178 wind reports, guys.
Yeah, 7 tornadoes so far today.
Most of them out there in West Oklahoma.
Yeah. Most of them out there in West Oklahoma.
Yeah. How many hail reports have we had today?
103.
103. So, hail, like I said, hail and wind has been your dominant, where your tornado threats have been kind of, which is just normal. This is normal for June. You know, technically, your biggest tornado seasons are always in March, April, May. June, you do have your few reports, but typically this time of the year, your hail and your wind threats become the more dominant problem versus the tornado threat. That's why we tell you guys so much. Yes, tornado threat's there, and it's not to be ignored, but you do not want to overlook any wind damage. Wind damage this time of the year is a big, big problem. A very big problem for us, especially for us here in Arkansas and the Mid-South at this point. So, 70-mile-per-hour winds for those storms. I'm trying to figure out there, why is there a considerable tag with the one in Clark County? because I'm not seeing any thunderstorms over there. Are we looking at a heat burst, or was that? I think that was earlier on.
Yeah, the warning just got dropped.
It just got dropped. Okay, I was trying to figure out because I was like, I'm not seeing any storms over here at this point. Also, I am noticing the storms over here in eastern Oklahoma are starting to get going. 1H hail with these storms. Now this is weird. Now you're transitioning to a hail threat out there versus a wind threat. That thunderstorm warning is not warned for 1H hail versus the wind threat. Yeah, you're throwing meteorology at the book,
Yeah.
at the window
All
at
right,
this point.
so just to go over the latest information that we have right now. This is coming out of 1 mile northwest of Boston. Reports of trees down and damage all over the county. This in Nevada County.
Nevada
Arkansas.
County, where that tornado warning was.
Yep. So Russellville Regional Airport, 63-mile-per-hour wind gust. Out of Darnell, Arkansas. This is in Yale County. Trees reported down all over the Darnell area, power outage as well. Hempstead County, Oak Haven, trees and power lines down throughout the county, including Oak, Arkansas Airport, which is now closed.
Okay.
Out of Murfreesboro, multiple trees and power lines down across Highway 301, 26, and Highway 27. Those are for the town of Murfreesboro. Out of Johnson County and Piney. Now this is where that tornado warning was. Multiple trees down along Highway 64 and Highway 359. Out of Ashdown, we have multiple reports of trees and power lines down from Winthrop to Ashdown. Also 1 mile west of Ashdown, trees snapped up for Rudy in the Ashdown area. Out of Locksburg and Superior County, trees and power lines down throughout the county. Same thing in Winthrop, in the River County, multiple trees and power lines down as well. Another report out of Prescott, trees and power lines down, and across the northern part of the county. And this is when that initial tornado warning went out. Also, let's keep this going.
Yeah.
Out of Franklin County, structural damage to multiple residents. Franklin County again goes with that report. Altus, near Franklin County, power lines down across the carbon plant up there. Ashton County and Fort Smith, power pole snap. Several reports of trees down. Power pole snap.
That would be with 80 miles per hour.
Yep. And so those are the reports coming out of the Arkansas area. Again, even more out of Missouri now, coming out of Oklahoma. And those are just the reports that we've gotten over the last few hours. And again, with first light, we're going to see a lot more.
Yeah.
Again, now look at your low pressure forming now.
Wake low.
Yep.
A wake low. Yeah.
So what you're going to have is a brief burst of 60-mile-per-hour winds, but this is not a severe thunderstorm.
Yeah.
This is going to be winds associated with a low pressure system. So it's totally separate thing.
Yeah, definitely, guys. And I mentioned it before, and I know this is gonna sound weird, but all this like my spidey senses. I don't like this. I don't like this wrapping up this fast. We now have on the board there, outside of Dallas and Cleveland counties, you only have one more severe thunderstorm warning. That's it.
Okay, so the live stream camera on the vehicle is not.
Okay. Okay. Well, go out there and change the batteries.
I'm good.
So yeah, the batteries ran out on that, so that doesn't surprise me. But hey, that gives you an idea of what we can do going forward. That'd be awesome. So just new things that you guys are gonna be seeing coming up in the fall and everything like that. It's gonna be absolutely amazing. So like I said before, I'm gonna pay attention to the ones up here. Not taking anything away from South Arkansas. I'm gonna get back to you in just a second. These storms up here in Cleveland County, White County, and Faulkner County, these storms are producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, less than quarter-size hail with these storms. So keep that in mind. What I would do if you're in the path of these storms, I would go ahead, get your phones charged and everything like that. You may experience some power outages. I know it's 60-mile-per-hour winds, but you can still experience some power outages with 60-mile-per-hour winds at this point. So keep that in mind, guys, at this period of time. Something that we're going to have to monitor very closely. Now, let's take our attention to the storms out here in southern Arkansas. Before I do that, I'm going to put a track of these storms that are ranging right through here. We're going to put a track right around 50 miles per hour. It's going to go for Ward right around 259. Give me 1 second. Make sure you guys can see this on the screen. Okay. This is going to go for Ward 259. This is going to go for BB right on 303. We've got Searcy at 305. We've got Kensett right around 310. Baldwin around 315. Augusta around 329. And also Tuckerman right around that 340, 345 time frame. So that's where those severe thunderstorms are going to be ongoing at this point. Let's zoom this down and let's show you guys what's going on down here in southern Arkansas at this point. These storms capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. You can see the line as clear as day. It's as sharp as a knife. It's going to continue to move on towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. That's going to be the Rising area around 3 o'clock. The Hermitage area about 306. Warren about 310. Star City right around 320. Monticello around 328, Grady around 334, the Gold area around 342, Mitchellville around 346, and also Dumas around 346 as well. So keep that in mind at this point. And like I said, I communicated with our developer and our producer, Rich, and we have now confirmed the problem on Facebook.
Good.
Yes. What is going on is our streams, every time we go live, we are at 1080p. We are at the highest of highs of quality. This is where Facebook is needing to do a little bit of catching up. It is not able to handle streams of that quality. It has to be brought down. So we're going to have that problem taken care of by the time we go back live, if needed later on this afternoon. But yeah, this is where Facebook's going to have to meet us halfway with these issues. That's what's going on. YouTube, actually, you can actually handle 4K if you wanted to on YouTube. So YouTube obviously is built for our streams, where Facebook is not. But we can settle that way. Folks have a midway of finding out between YouTube and on Facebook at this point, guys. But I want to kind of give you guys this heads up on that and kind of figuring out why we had those issues on Facebook, because I was beginning to wonder what was going on at this point. Just kind of zoom this out. I mean,
we're losing.
We are losing instead of gaining with this line.
Yeah. And that's a very
great.
good thing.
That's great. But you're going to have, this is not over, folks. I want to make this perfectly clear to everybody. We are not done with severe weather for today. We are not done. We are not done. When this is passed through, we are not done with severe weather. We have another threat of severe weather coming up for tomorrow. I want to make that perfectly clear to everybody.
Today.
Later today. It's 3 in the morning. So, yeah, I want to make that perfectly clear to everybody.
Just looking ahead, as we look into next week.
Yeah.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. While Texas is dealing with 100 to 110 degree temperatures, we're going to be great. We're going to be sitting in the 80s to low 90s. Not bad. But
there's always a hey, and if someone's ever giving you guys bad news, there's always a but in the
I'm
conversation.
not saying bad news. I'm saying is we still have the possibility of a continued active pattern. Also, I want to throw this out there, Cameron. Don't shoot the message for this. We haven't really shared this yet on the page, but the Climate Prediction Center for July, August, September has indicated a above average precip for the next 3 months. So most of the summer we could be talking about similar events similar to this going on right now with not much off-season to bother your camera.
Yeah.
But and as you know, recently I stepped back to be more of a chaser and turned the chief forecaster role over to him.
As soon as he did it, guys,
and
it was a curse. As soon as he did it, we started having active patterns.
And we have podcasts as to why we did that.
Yeah.
On iHeartRadio and stuff like that. We have another one coming out, etc. But we'll announce that once we get past all the severe weather threats.
Yeah.
But like I did say, like I did mention, I'll still be in studio from time to time. This is one of those nights where it just required a full team effort.
Yeah.
and then shout out to everybody, Dustin,
Heidi.
Rich, Heidi,
Yeah.
everybody who does an extraordinary job on this team. Day in and day out.
It's just not just us. If it was ever just us, we would
and
we
I'm
would be
excited.
swamped. Yeah.
I'm excited for the coverage for Arkansas going forward. When we talk about chasing plus severe coverage on the same feed.
Yeah.
Going forward, obviously it's Father's Day weekend, so obviously I wasn't out chasing. Plus a late night threat. Just multiple things. It just didn't require chasing tonight. Safety is most important when it comes to that aspect of it.
Yeah.
But good test with the live stream camera, to give us an idea of what we can do going forward.
Yep, I agree with that. What I'm gonna do for just a second, I'm starting to see something here, and I'm stopping the radar for just a moment. And I'm not taking anything away. I'm not taking anything away from Southwestern Arkansas, Southern Arkansas at this point. I want to take a look at something real quick. This is going to be your water vapor imagery, and we'll go over to your. Let's go over to this. We are getting dry slotted. That is what's going on here. That is why you're clearing out so fast. You're getting dry slotted in Southwestern Arkansas. I was wondering what was going on here when you had your low pressure developing in Southwest Arkansas, winds blowing out 70 mile per hour in Dallas, Cleveland, Bradley, and Calhoun County. North side of the low, 70 mile per hour winds was blowing out once again, but you've got drier air moving in and fast.
Which is why you have hailstorms in south of Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Where they just had 70 mile per hour winds go through a few hours ago.
Yeah. And it's coming in rapidly, very, very fast. Take a look at our instability for just a second, and you can see overlaying the instability with the dry air. Once this is gone, your instability is going to rapidly increase throughout the day today, guys. So
let's take a look at those temperatures.
Yeah,
that's something I want to point out there as well.
I'll get the temperature up. There's your front of boundary, by the way. So there's your instability at 3 o'clock in the morning. That is a lot of instability. But these are your temperatures right now, guys. You got temperatures across the state, 60s, 70s, south of the boundary. You're in the 80s down here.
You're in the 80s.
You're in the 80s.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. That is summer. That is some summer weather right there, folks. So that's the biggest thing. I just want to kind of analyze everything and what's going on, because I knew something was going on when I was looking at radar for just a little bit. Let's go back over to radar so you guys get a perspective on what we're looking at. So let's zoom this back down. Like I said before, this is going to be for Calhoun, Bradley, and Cleveland counties over here. This is going to continue to move off towards the east. Rising's going to be coming at you basically right now. Monticello is going to be coming at you in the next 20 minutes or so. Grady around 3:30, Mitchellville around 3:46, and then Dumas right around 3:45. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this thing has been sitting here for days. I mean, for absolute days. It has not gone anywhere. So far we have to watch this boundary. There's another boundary developing right there. That's your outflow boundary. 3 o'clock in the morning. My words just tied up together right there. So yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, folks. Like I said before, once this is dropped, we're going to go back over to our continuous coverage on YouTube. That's going to continue all the way through. I want to say this. We have 1,500 people right now looking at the stream at 3 o'clock in the morning. We love every one of y'all. We love each and every single one of y'all for doing that here, guys. So I want to make sure that you guys...
35,000 South Arkansas.
35,000. Okay.
Most of that's in South Arkansas with this line.
Yeah.
And we have some, of course, obviously, we have 912 in Pulaski County. Most of them are coming from the tornado warning earlier around Johnson, Logan County. And of course, we have most of Superior and Howard counties have over 60. Superior and Howard County.
This is going to come up here just shortly. This is going to be your rotation indicator here, and you guys are going to see this coming in. Like I said before, this is a new scan that's coming in. That's why it changed colors like that. This is going to be for those that are in the White County, the Woodruff County area over here towards Batesville, and also towards the Newark area. This is mainly going to be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. There's no tornadic activity with this line of storms here. I was kind of noticing that for just a little bit, kind of giving a little bit of a view when we're looking at. But these are going to be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming in into these areas here. Remember, severe thunderstorm watch continues until 10 a.m. for our folks up here in eastern and northeastern Arkansas, mainly for the potential of upwards 75 mile per hour winds. I cannot rule out an isolated tornado or two. I do believe, though, I'm not going to wood on this. I do believe your tornado threat has rapidly decreased from earlier on, given that you have nocturnal inversion kicking in, and these storms are on the wrong side of the upper level low, because you're now starting to get southwest winds into the state. Instead of southeast, now you're getting southwest. But what's going to happen is your low is going to pivot. It's going to go, the jet that's associated with the low is going to go negative over the state. That's why we're so concerned about this afternoon and this evening. Yes, this is going to clear out. Most folks is going to be out here before sunrise. Some other areas over here in eastern Arkansas, we may be dealing with this throughout much of the morning hours. We shall see what ends up happening. My concern is this, and I think you would agree with this as well. That dry air coming out of northeast Texas concerns me. If you get this out of here, for the majority of the state by 8 a.m., with dry air moving in, with a storm system going negative, you will have additional severe weather threat. I don't know if you should have moved that enhancements that far south just yet. I would have waited to see what would have happened out of this before we made the call, but we don't control the risk areas. We just report the weather. That's it. So keep that in mind. As I said before, Cleveland County, Independence County, and White County.
You know, one thing you've noticed over the last 3 hours, we saw the southern line take over.
Yeah. Because
it pushed the 90 mile per hour windstorm up into Missouri.
Yeah.
And you saw the southern end kind of take over. And, you know, neat little meteorological thing there. You have an MCB low over Garland County. You have a secondary area of low pressure coming in Fort Smith area now. You got a third area of low pressure in Kansas. I mean, that's, you know, wrapping. And where these lows are is going to play a big key into our stretch.
Yeah. Big time, I agree.
You can see the big comma head.
Yeah.
Currently moving through just south of the metro. You will have some strong winds come through here shortly, 40 to 50 miles per hour, non-severe. It's going to get windy. It's going to get breezy. It's nothing to worry about. Also noticing our warnings down in southern part of the state are now going regular 60 mile per hour winds versus the 70, 80 that we've seen. So our wind energy is lessening.
Yeah, it is.
As this moves into eastern Arkansas.
Yes.
We're going to keep watching.
Definitely, guys. We're going to watch this close. I do believe they're going to let that considerable damage tag go at 3:15. So we're going to stay on for just a little bit longer. I'm going to let that get off the screen. And then we're going to end it on Facebook, YouTube. You guys will get back over to the continuous coverage throughout the overnight hours. What's up? Okay. What's up?
10 mile per hour wind.
Considerable damage. Okay.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. Okay. We'll sit here and chill until 4 a.m. to kind of monitor these storms down here in southern Arkansas. So, like I said, folks, nobody in the state is more important than the other. We're gonna be here throughout the entire event. We'll be here to keep you guys updated, regardless if me and Derek are here or not. YouTube is going to continuously stream throughout the overnight hours into the first part of tomorrow morning, regardless if we're here or not. So the live stream is not going anywhere. It's just our voices. That's it. So, other than that, we're going to watch the post. Take a look at this real quickly here. I can't see the warning. It may be popping up here just shortly here. But there's the severe thunderstorm warning down here. That's going to go for 60 mile per hour winds. That one, the new one, may be popping up here in just a little bit. That's going to go what for, I think, 70 mile per hour winds. Going into basically a track we had earlier on. So we can stop the radar for just a moment and do this. Track on it for just a second. And it's going to be right through here. 1 second. Alright. So this is going to be your tracks. We're coming up here in just a little bit. So for folks, not sure your tornado cautious in this. Get away from windows. If you're dealing with 70 mile per hour winds, you want to get away from windows. You want to get away from the exterior walls as well. at this point. Okay, so there's going to be your line of storms. Take a look at this right through here. Okay, that's your line of storms right through here, and it's going to continue to move off towards the east at about 50
this
miles per hour.
severe threat is going to be really out of Arkansas.
Yeah.
Well before sunrise.
Yeah.
This morning, and that's something that we like to see, that we want to see.
Yeah.
In out and gone.
Yep.
That being said, we still have to watch for that possibility of yet another round coming in this afternoon and this evening as well.
Yep.
But once again, and the reason why you're seeing two separate warnings is we're dealing with two separate National Weather Service offices once again.
Yep.
Now we're dealing with Jackson and Little Rock. Earlier it was Shreveport and Little Rock, Tulsa and Little Rock. Arkansas is ran by 5 different offices out of Tulsa, Shreveport, Little Rock, Jackson, and Memphis. And together they do an outstanding job at keeping these watching warnings going across the state. So what you can see here, very neat thing right now. So you have in line of storm to eastern Arkansas. You can see one comma head over Grant County. You can see the larger low pressure over the Fort Smith area. So, very neat meteorological thing going on tonight where you have an MCV low and then you have your main low pressure area that is moving across this part of the state. And this will actually help increase your wind a little bit throughout the overnight hours, especially with this low banking against our high pressure ridges to the south of the state.
Yep. Because just south of here and down in Louisiana and Texas, you now have heat advisories down there, and excessive heat warnings down there for heat indices upwards to 110 plus down there. So something that we're going to continue to monitor very closely. Like I mentioned before, there's new severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable damage tag. Let's take a look at that. That's going to go for northeastern Bradley, eastern Cleveland County, western Shea County, Drew County, Jefferson County, and Lincoln County. That's going to go until 4 o'clock in the morning. Considerable damage tag, 70-mile-per-hour winds with these storms. And also, like I said before, I know a lot of people up here in northern Arkansas at a given point. I know a lot of people up there. They have a lot of storm anxiety. They're very worried about what's going on. These storms are producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is going to be loud. I want to make that perfectly clear.
Oh, yeah.
It is going to be extremely loud over the next couple of hours, especially for our folks in eastern and northeastern Arkansas. I want to make this perfectly clear. Unless we say there is a tornado warning, none of these storms are going to produce tornadoes. Do not make tornadoes, do not bias severe weather to tornadoes. Severe weather is not just tornadoes. It is damaging winds. It is lightning. It is hail. It is flooding. Even though the tornado risk is low, that doesn't mean, oh, hey, we're not going to see anything. That's it. So we're done with. You can still do with power outages. You can still do with tree damage and stuff like that with 60 to 70 mile per hour wind. It sounds weak on paper, but I promise you, when you experience it in real life, it's not weak. 60 to 70 mile per hour.
Without power.
Yeah, and that's what's going on. You have those 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving through, and it's knocking out the power. So these are not weak winds at all. Like I mentioned before, none of these storms are tornadic or anything like that. We're continuing to monitor it. We are live right now going over severe thunderstorm warning, not tornado warning. I want to make that perfectly clear. Our live streams are not just for tornado warning coverage or anything like that. Yes, we still do it for tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings need to be on the same platform as tornado warnings, and I will always stand on that because severe thunderstorm warnings are just as important. They can cause damage. You guys saw it in Tulsa. Severe thunderstorm warning, destructive tag, 100 plus mile per hour winds, not even a tornado. And they have considerable damage over there. So keep that in mind. I want to make that perfectly clear, everybody. I understand, but through us, not just tornadoes or nothing. What's up?
For a hail wary.
Oh, yeah.
Over the next few hours, we can see a new severe thunderstorm watch issued in southwest Arkansas for hail.
That's surprising. Yeah, drier aloft again. What's surprising?
My hope is that my thought process is normally this should be as it moves into Arkansas.
Yeah.
That being said, we have a lot of instability coming back in behind this line of storm this June. not surprising that we have instability come in April. We would have a whole different story, but it's June. Basically, what you have is you have a spring, you have an April setup in the middle of
Yeah.
and that typically causes problems. Again, we've not seen a June like this since 2009. That was also an El Nino summer.
I remember the 2009 summer.
But
Of course, I've become chief
no,
forecaster.
no. But here's the thing, though: you were very active,
Yeah,
but you did not have a lot of heat.
yeah.
So
There's
it was one
that.
of our coolest summers
There's that.
on record.
There's that. I give you that. But yeah, that's what happens, folks. He gives me the title, and we end up having most active period in the summer.
But so once again, we have a considerable damage tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Jefferson, Arkansas, Lincoln, Shea, Drew, Bradley, Cleveland counties. We have 60-mile-per-hour winds for Ashley County. We also have for Independence County, Cleveland County, Stone County, parts of White County, Jackson County, and Woodruff County as well.
Yeah.
So again, the northern part of this line, Searcy at 311, Desark at 317, Ball Knob at 324 on down towards Newport at 348, and our storm weary folks in wind around 4 a.m. this morning. Again, wind, we're not expecting a tornado, but we're expecting very strong damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour.
Yeah.
We have seen a very strong cleanup from the March tornado there. However, every building has started. Those of you, I know a lot of people have worked through the night, days in, day out to start the rebuilding process. If you're in wind and are a part of that, I would recommend bringing that to a halt, and just going on, taking that shelter just in case throughout the overnight hours. Again, for our folks in the Delta, for our folks in Arkansas County, our folks in Lincoln County, DeShay County, Drew County, we have 70-mile-per-hour winds coming across much of the Delta this evening. Again, these winds are now coming. There's no longer trees to block a lot of this. So
Yeah,
it's moving
your
into
winds
the farmland, similar to what we see in the plains.
Yeah.
It's going to be coming out of the trees into the Delta, and it's basically going to be flying across the Delta, which is why these storms are speeding up. There's less friction. Basically, what you notice is these storms came out of Oklahoma.
Yep.
They hit the trees.
Yep.
The Ozarks and the Washita. It slowed down. Now it's come across the Ozarks and the Washita. Now it's speeding up.
Yep.
It is amazing what the topography of the state does for both severe weather and winter weather as well.
Yeah. So that's the thing, guys. I'm gonna monitor. Like I said, we're not taking anything away what you just said. Monitoring these storms up here in northern Arkansas. I know a lot of people are just storm weary up here. March 31st.
Yeah.
I understand. But biggest thing is 60-mile-per-hour winds up here. But I'm not taking anything away from southern Arkansas because, like I said, the entire state is just as important. So we're going to monitor both storms. We're monitoring North Arkansas, and we're going to monitor southern Arkansas. Southern Arkansas, you guys are not forgotten down here at all. You've got 70-mile-per-hour winds moving into Jefferson, Lincoln, Arkansas, DeShay, and Drew counties. What I would recommend doing, a couple of our team members, by the way, Derek, have lost power. What I would recommend doing is getting your phones and charging them before these storms get to you. Let your phones get to as close to 100% or at 100% as possible, and make sure that you're staying with us, guys. Because if you lose power today, as busy as energy is going to be, it's not going to be the next hour or two before they get to you. It's going to be a couple of hours. That's if we don't have any additional storms before they can get out and start repairing the power outages, guys. So keep that in mind. Something that we're going to have to monitor very closely. These storms are going to continue to move towards the east. What we're going to do is we're going to put a track. I'm going to put a track on both sides of the spectrum here. Okay, so we're monitoring both, not just northern Arkansas. We're monitoring both central and southern Arkansas at this point. And I'm going to put a track on these storms as soon as our radar comes back online. Little Rock's been having some issues over the last couple of days here. So that should be coming up here in just a little bit. So there's your storms down here. Let's draw a track. Going to range right through here. Okay, what you got? What's wrong?
This is from earlier this evening. Officials are urging folks to avoid evening as rescue efforts and do and continue from a possible tornado. Walk through the power lines down, especially along Highway 109. This is coming from the weather service in Little Rock. So as we thought, we had a likely headed for a go through there. Lots of damage coming out of the Trent area. This evening, unfortunately. You know, and again, this just goes to show 0% risk for tornadoes from the SPC does not mean that you won't have tornadoes.
The thing is, though, all day we preached to everyone that the tornado threat was there. And rule of thumb, especially for my weather enthusiasts out there, when you have significant damaging winds, you're talking 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, there's always going to be some sort of tornado threat with them. I mean, no matter what. I mean, you have wind damage that strong. There are derechos. We saw the other night in Louisiana, 1 mile wide tornado down there. Could be the similar case we saw up here earlier this afternoon. No, not this afternoon. Earlier tonight. So this is what occurs whenever you have those significant damaging winds, 80 to 90 plus. There's always some sort of tornado threat. I mean, there's always some sort of tornado threat with these lines here. So those are storms down there. Let's take a look at the storms up here. Like I said before, we've got a lot of people up here in northern Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, that's dealing with this. They just dropped a warning, by the way, for the one up there in northeastern Arkansas, Heber Springs, the Searcy area. But we're gonna track it. We're gonna still track it. Don't worry, folks. We're still gonna be here. So the Bald Knob area about 322, the Augusta area about 330, Newport about 344, the Tuckerman area about 350, and then also the Wynn area right around 4 o'clock this morning. What we're gonna do is we're gonna switch over to our gust potential. I think for the most part, the tornado threat has simmered down to enough that we can kind of talk about the winds. And I'll show you guys the wind gusts at this point here. And I mean, you definitely got wind gusts upwards to 60 miles per hour, which is higher than you need for a severe thunderstorm warning, which is 58 miles per hour. So keep that in mind, folks. Like I said before, we're going to have to monitor this very, very closely. A lot of people are losing power as well. Give me just 1 second here. Let me get this going on our screen over here, guys. So a lot of people are losing power up here in the White County area, up here in northeastern Arkansas. Some people are probably losing power down here in southeastern Arkansas as these storms continue to move out towards the east. I will say this, though. I do believe we did get blessed with this coming in overnight than it would have if it came through during the day. Because if it came through during the day, we'd probably be talking about 100-plus mile-per-hour winds coming through the state with a line of this magnitude. So that's going to be the biggest thing at this point, something that we're going to have to continue to monitor very, very closely here at this time here. Derek, what are you seeing over there? What are you seeing?
All right, so this is out of Dover. Power poles snap, fireworks stands knocked over, trees and power lines down all over the road. Coming out of Dover, this is also where we were tracking that tornado warning storm out of Sprint.
Yeah.
So
I'm fairly certain you had a tornado there. No doubt in my mind, you had a tornado there. That rotation was just too strong. You had 100 mile per hour winds incoming with that tornado. There's just no question about it.
We're now getting reports out of Atkins, well, multiple trees and power lines down across there. That's the area. And we're tracking not only sending 80 mile per hour winds, but that tornado warning storm as well.
Okay.
So again, the focus, we're getting more and more reports out of that area as well. So again, just goes to show you the magnitude of severe weather throughout the overnight hours. So once again, this has been a significant, event.
Yeah.
For Arkansas standards, very similar to the event we had in July. Oh shoot, what was it?
18.
18.
I remember that. I remember that because I was out of power for 4 days. And I dealt with a system heat warnings during that event too. I remember that. We had a squall line move through, and I was living in El Dorado at that time, and we lost power. Had 80 mile per hour winds moved through Union County, and the rest was that. I mean, it was nuts. So yeah, that was the last time we had an event of this magnitude coming through the state here. So Derek, do me a favor. What are we looking at in terms of power outages right now?
All right. So power outages. 38,000 each.
38,000. Gotcha.
Most of those are coming out of southwest and south central Arkansas and around Toledo track area and northwest Arkansas.
Matter of fact, Derek, if you can buy me some time, we're gonna put your theory to the test. We're gonna put your theory to the test about what happened up there. Give me just one second.
Out of Benton County, where we had our 90-mile-per-hour winds come through, almost 4,000 with that power. But again, most of our we have almost 4,000 in Logan County, 3,000 in Johnson County. Lono County is actually reported close to 3,000 with that power. But again, we have 4,000 and 3,000 in Howard County. We're still getting reports coming in, obviously out of South Central Arkansas this evening. Again, we're getting multiple reports of damage across the state now. Continuing right now as the line push off for this again. We're seeing a weakening trend when it comes to our line of storm.
Okay.
That being said, we still have the severe threat continuing for at least a couple more hours across much of the state. Again, the watch for Eastern Arkansas it is until 10 a.m.
Yeah.
I fully expect that to be canceled.
Yeah. What I'm doing right now, and this is going to be a very slow process. At the moment, the radar is going to be kind of down for just a little bit. What we're pulling up is a very interesting product that we have here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. This is our tornado track, our rotation indicator track, and it's going to take a second or two to load up because I know we're having some internet issues here. We're having some data issues with the National Weather Service over the last 24 hours, so it's going to take a second or two for it to load up. But I do believe at that point we did have a track here in not Logan County, Yale County, Polk County, those areas at this point. So maybe for just a second, guys, like I said before, it's going to be coming up here just a little bit at this current time here. So I'm going to go over to our event level rotation. And if it doesn't pop up right now, that's fine. We can get that pulled up and kind of show you guys that in real time tomorrow once we get a better time frame. I think I know what's going on. I think it's beyond the time frame where I can look at it at this current moment. So we're going to turn that off, and we're going to go back over to our radar real quick. And you guys are going to see that tomorrow. I'm gonna pull that up for you guys tomorrow. That way we can confirm, because I think there was a tornado that went through that area. It was radar confirmed at that time, and for every right reason, because the rotation was intense at that point. So this is the strongest storm in the state right now. Like I said before, I understand there's a lot of weary people in northern and northeastern Arkansas right now. Okay? I want to make that perfectly clear. We do not forget about anybody here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. However, southern Arkansas, you have 70-mile-per-hour winds moving through the state right now. Northern Arkansas, 50 to 60 at this point. Both areas deserve as much coverage as possible. What we're going to do is we're going to do this. And this is a cool product here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. You guys are going to see the perspective of both at this point. Let me make sure your screen is perfectly fine. Okay, and I'm going to turn off the rotation indicator at this point. And there it is. Okay, so you have the perspective of both. Watching both storms down there in southern Arkansas, and we're watching the storms up there in northern and northeastern Arkansas at the same time. And what I can also do, I can also zoom this out just a nudge so you guys can kind of see a perspective a little bit further. Okay, so there it is right there. There's your storms coming into northeastern Arkansas at this point. Easily sits down. I know the special weather statement up there. It's going to go for 40-mile-per-hour winds now instead of 60. So your storms are rapidly decreasing as the nighttime continues. And then you have your considerable damage tax 70-mile-per-hour winds down there in southern Arkansas at the current time here. But I want to make this clear. We're not forgetting about anybody across the state. You guys are just as important up there in North Arkansas than you are in southern Arkansas at the current time. Okay, so right now, Derek, unless you have any more information, what are you?
Not.
Okay. All right, we're going to stay live. We're going to monitor these storms in eastern or southeastern Arkansas. We're also going to take a look at northern Arkansas as well, just leaving that up.
I am noticing, I don't know if you noticed this as well.
Yeah.
Your line is now moving southeast. While this area is kind of fading away northeast. And so, an interesting note for this is what we're watching now is that this is rapidly moving out of the state, and it's increasingly moving out of the state. Now, obviously, we still have isolated storms developing behind the main line. You know, it's still going to be bumpy night. But that being said, you know, your severe threat is waning significantly behind this line of storms. So, I feel safe declaring the all clear. Basically, anywhere from Mountain Home, Batesville to Searcy, Pine Bluff, west of Star City, west of Monticello, west of Hampton.
That would be down there towards Smackover.
Yeah, and then west of El Dorado. Anywhere of that area, you are in the clear for the rest of the night. So basically, right now, our main focus is going to be northeastern Arkansas and east central Arkansas. Obviously, the Delta is going to be done before northern.
Okay. Taking a look at everything right now. So, yeah, we're just gonna leave this up because I think this is, like I said, this is where your majority of your severe weather is ongoing across the state right now. It is your call. I do believe we can keep this going on Facebook until this gets crossed the river. Once that occurs, then I do believe it feels safe enough to get off of Facebook. YouTube is just gonna continue until some point tomorrow morning because what's going to end up happening is you're going to have to watch the round coming out of Oklahoma, and there's going to be a lot of severe weather information and stuff like that, unless things completely calm down. I mean, completely calm down at this point. That's where we're going to have to keep the stream going. But if things calm down to a point where there's nothing going on, we'll cancel the stream and we'll pick it back up for tomorrow afternoon at the time. So
I do want to, because there is a marginal risk of flooding in the state. I'm noticing a slowdown. Our line is sort of moving out, but we're getting
heavy rainfall.
Emerging heavy rainfall across West Arkansas into central Southwest.
Keep in mind, we've been dry too.
Yeah.
We've been dry, so it's going to take a little bit before we start talking flooding, but I do see what you're talking about, though. That continues over the next couple of hours, definitely.
My concern is your campgrounds and creeks and stuff like that.
Definitely.
I'm not necessarily worried about a widespread flooding event, but like your localized flash flooding threats.
Those that are camping and everything like that. That makes sense. Yeah. So we'll watch it closely.
It was heavy enough this morning to get flash flooding in Brooklyn. So your ground moisture has come back over the last week or so. We were around 2.5 to 3 inches for flash flood guidance. Now we're less. So we're right at it.
We needed the rainfall though, because we were getting to a point. I mean, we went from Cascation 2 weeks, came back. That 2 week time frame, we went from green to brown. Yeah. So we definitely needed the rainfall.
If you notice, your line of storms is fading, but your rain is now building back west, and that it's a good thing. What you want to see in terms of severe weather, you want to see that rainfall increase, because the rainfall increases. That means your severe threat is waning.
Yeah.
That means it's outflowing. That means you have a less of a wind threat. But that also means your rain threat is going to go up. For our farmers, it's the first really widespread rainfall we've had in weeks across much of the state. Again, we get one more round today into tomorrow. Then we look dry a little bit. There's still no marginal risk. State my name right. But
like I said, guys, he gave me that title and it's just cursed. I mean, it's over.
So, but once again, we are still watching our folks in Star City. We're still watching our folks in DeWitt, Monticello,
Crossett, up there, and Jackson, and Woodruff County. I've been waiting for them to put a warning out on that because we've got some we got some moderators up there and in White County and in that area up there, northeastern Arkansas. We're reporting power outages and winds that were 60 miles per hour up there. So that's the biggest thing. I think that's going to continue to move off towards the east, northeast. I feel safe enough to say the severe threat in terms of the tornado threat is done.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think you're done with the tornado threat. Significant damaging winds. We'll see. We're monitoring those storms down there in southeastern Arkansas at this point. But other than that, I think we're good. across the area. It's something that we're going to continue to monitor very closely.
Alright, so right before tornado, you had 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Right before the tornado.
Ooh.
I'm about to have a new severe thunderstorm watch for portion of the area.
All right, new severe. Wait, what? New severe thunderstorm watch till 6 a.m.
Severe thunderstorm watch for Bradley, Clark, Cleveland, Conway, Dallas, State, through Faulkner,
Okay.
Garland.
So it's gonna. Okay, so it's gonna be for these storms down here then. That's down there in Southeast Arkansas. So Bradley County. That's down there in
No,
Southeast
it
Arkansas.
includes Central.
It does include Central too.
Yes, Central. Yeah, it includes basically Arkansas, Bradley, Clark, Cleveland, Conway, Dallas, State, through Faulkner, Garland, Hot Springs, Lincoln, Roanoke, Montgomery, Washita.
I wonder why they kept it that far west
Polk, Glass,
with all that rain. Okay. Well, it's just an additional 2-hour extension, but I'm just kind of questioning because we have all that rain going on in Arkansas right now. It's kind of stabilizing your environment. Southeast Arkansas, I can see it, unless they're expecting additional development throughout the morning hours. Like that's something we'll just have to watch as well. So, look at something real quick. So, looking at everything right now, Monday and Tuesday, it's quiet. Your Marshall risk on the Gulf Coast. So, yeah, I know. I saw that and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, we're not doing this again, guys. Oh man, but other than that, everybody, like so, before we're gonna continue to monitor storms out here in Southeast Arkansas, I'm gonna let this round go into the Mississippi River, and we're gonna be done at this point. So Facebook, you guys, we're good to go across the board. YouTube, we're gonna continue this going. We're gonna get quiet for a little bit. I'll tell you that now. Until we get past, until we get this out of Mississippi, get this out of Southeast Arkansas into Mississippi, and then we'll switch back over to the coverage at this point. I'm gonna look at some model data as well while we're kind of taking a little bit of a quiet period. Looking forward, by the way, I'm not seeing much of too much in the way of widespread severe weather. I'm ensemble data. I don't trust it. I never trusted the what do you call it? The operational data. I've always trusted the ensemble. So do this real quick. Over to this. Turn this off. Turn it back. Have your track come back up. Okay. So we're gonna put a track on these storms up here. Kind of give you guys a little bit of a heads up. Jonesboro, our folks over here, will mark this about 50 miles per hour. Newport, McCurry, Puckerman, Wynn, Harrisburg, Jonesboro, Parkin, Bay, Merrill, and Freeman. Right around that 340 time frame all the way to 430. Main threat with this storm is going to be 60 mile per hour winds. And almost a quarter of an inch hail. Your hail threat starting to go up just a little bit. Not going to be the 4-inch monsters that we had the other day, guys, I promise you. And then we can take a look at these storms down here in southeastern Arkansas. These storms moving east, I'll clock you about 54 miles per hour. Dumas, they'll be on top of you next 10 minutes. Gee, same thing for you. Lake Village, by the time we get towards 4 o'clock, done. We're going to be done with this line at 4 o'clock. And then it'll be in Mississippi by the time we get towards your time frame here. So we'll keep this stream going to about 4 o'clock, and then we'll kind of continue this on. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You have a low in Wichita. You have a low in Fort Smith. You have a low in Craig.
You have a low everywhere. It's like that Oprah meme. You get a low, I get a low, you get a low. Everywhere.
But once again, I do want to clear, we still do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect.
Definitely.
Along our line, all the way from Ashley County up to Arkansas County, and then also for our folks, Woodruff County, Jackson County, Independence, and White County as well.
Yeah. And if you do me a favor. Let's take a look at those power outages while we can. And we'll let this loop so you guys get a timing.
38,370.
Yeah. So
They're slowing down.
they're slowing down. They're slowing down. It's not the rapid gain that we had earlier on. So we're good with that. What do you?
One thing I am noticing though, with this line is that your northern edge of this across Arkansas County, Jefferson County, Lincoln County, and DeShay County is starting to gain a little bit. But across Drew County, southern parts of DeShay County on towards Chico County and Ashley County, your wind threat is actually going to be rapidly increasing as this line of storms pushes on through. Again, biggest thing is now we are transitioning more of a heavy rain threat throughout much of the rest of the evening into the morning hours. Something interesting to note is that, with the National Weather Service in Little Rock does note that this in their AFD, and something I've thought about, this can provide enough of a cap in place that there's a question as to whether we're storm even form tomorrow in Arkansas. Yep. And given the amount of rain, given the amount of right now I can see that.
Yeah.
And that'll be a blessing in Arkansas that we skip tomorrow's severe threat, and this does be our after tomorrow. Later today. We talk about not much in terms of heat and humidity.
I don't know about that. But right now, model data is strong. I can see that immediately. It is absolutely struggling. Because what it does, you get to a point, and then it develops a new line of storms. So you have to keep actually develops and then watch it out. We'll see. We'll have to see what happens in the morning. Obviously, if we get past tomorrow without severe weather, that'd be great. It'd give us a much needed break from everything. But I'm not going to say it is all clear.
Oh no,
By no means. I mean, we still have there's dam away. Dam is still indicating we'll have to watch. Here's the area of concern we'll have to watch. Eastern Arkansas, Jonesboro, to Little Rock, all the way down to southern and southeastern Arkansas. Those are going to be the areas of concern throughout much of the day tomorrow.
Southwest Arkansas, it's very bad news. For morning.
Yeah. What do you got?
Let's go back to Southwest Arkansas. We have a cluster of storms developing down here, and this is going to move back.
Notice how your hail size just increased.
Yep.
So you're going to have to watch that for hail over there in southwestern Arkansas. That is dry air aloft. That is significant dry air aloft. That's everything at bay.
The highest winds with this line of storm
Yeah.
is now moving through Ashley County. That storm in northeast Texas moving at 70 miles per hour. That is calling.
70 miles per hour.
So that's going to be in Texarkana here in about an hour or
Yeah.
less. So again, the line of storms now in Ashland County is now moving 60. So your troughing, your LOJ is starting to really ramp up now as we head towards the morning hours, and this should be beginning to kick all of this out. In terms of the rainfall, in terms of the, your rainfall is continuing to increase while your wind threat is starting to decrease a little bit more here. But once again, we're still watching Arkansas County, the Shea County, Lincoln County, Pine Bluff. You are now in the clear for the night. Drew County, Pico County, Ashley County, ongoing severe weather at this time. For our folks in Jackson County, and Independence County, White County, and Woodruff County, 60-mile-per-hour wind quarter-size hail with that line as well. Though again, we're not seeing near the severe reports that we saw in western Arkansas this evening, where we had multiple trees and power lines down. We did see potential of tornado damage in parts of the state as well. But it's definitely going to be something that we're going to be watching and following up on to see if we did have a tornado in the state. Overall, just to throw this out there, for the month of June alone, we've had over 120 hail reports alone. That's not counting winds or tornadoes. Since the year 2000, the closest to that was 68. So we've had a record-breaking June in terms of severe weather reports across the state. And that just goes to show you how rapid of a transition from La Nina to El Nino that we saw.
I will say this though, just reading the day 4 to day 8 Concussion Control Prediction Center. I do believe it's not going to be an extended period of time, but I do believe we are finally going to begin to make our transition to a summer pattern. The bridging is now going to take over for a temporary bit. Talk about severe risk up there in the northern plains and the northern part of the ridge. So we'll have to see. This could be a great thing for us here in Arkansas. It could be a worst case scenario where the ridge sets up just to the west of Arkansas and puts us in northwest flow, and we end up still dealing with it. By the way, that storm down there in Ashley County now tore palms. So we're now going to monitor that storm very, very closely. And now it's tornado possible down here. I do believe that was probably, my money's going to be on Jackson. Or
that's Jackson.
That's going to be Jackson. That did that. Yeah, that's going to be Jackson. Yeah, severe thunderstorm located near Fountain Hill, near Hamburg, moving east at about 50 miles per hour, 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and also the potential of a tornado with this storm here. So we're going to monitor this closely. Our attention now turns to southeastern Arkansas, where we have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning down here. Like I mentioned before, folks, we are not biased to any part of the state. The entire state to us is just as important. So keep that in mind. We're going to monitor the situation closely. Southeastern Arkansas down here, I know for a fact, you guys do not get a lot of coverage down here in southern and southeastern Arkansas compared to northern and northeastern Arkansas. So we are going to cover you guys just like we would cover northern or northeastern or central Arkansas. So there's a lot of storms moving through. We've got Dumas right around 345. It's going to be right on top of you here in just a little bit. We've got McGee coming in about 350. And then we also have areas around Lake Village, Eudora, Greenwood. Those areas right around 4 o'clock. What do you got?
Let's go to the Jackson radar.
Already there?
Go to Velocity Can. This is going to be north of
Right
the
there.
area.
Right there. I got it. I'm going to tilt the radar. That is a significant amount of rotation. Once again, in the same area, in the same situation with this here. So we'll do some tilt this.
Wow.
Yeah, your hail rapidly increased with this storm. So yeah, I definitely see where your area of rotation is going to be. It's going to be right there near Fountain Hill. This area is notorious at 4 o'clock in the morning for seeing tornadoes. So keep that in mind, folks.
This is going to be tracking. All right, so if you are in this area, so from Montrose to Wilmot.
Do me a favor, how fast that storm is moving. How fast is that storm moving?
Right, it's moving to at 50 miles per hour.
Moving to the east at 50 miles per hour?
Yep.
East at 50. Okay. Got it. All right, so that's going to be Montrose, Lake Village, and then Greenville area. I think you may have a tornado warning coming up here in just a little bit. We can take a look at the hail size real fast. And it's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. I've got quarter to lime size hail with this storm as it continues to move out towards the east at about 50 miles per hour here. So that's Hamburg. This is down here in Ashley County, like I mentioned before. Southeast Arkansas, you're not forgotten. Now, I want to make that perfectly clear. Everybody down here in Southeast Arkansas, if you know anyone in these areas, give them that heads up. Tell them about our page. Tell them about what we do here at this point. But this is going to continue to move out towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. We're going to take a look at our rotation indicator once again, kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on. And I mean, boy, that'd be it right there. Let me go back over to our.
Go to
Yeah. Yep.
You can really see.
Give me one.
Just the way this right on the Arkansas border.
One sec. Yeah, right there. There's two areas of rotation I'm seeing.
Yep.
One on the Ashley and Drew County border.
Yep.
And there's another one just south of like you said, right there on the Arkansas-Louisiana border as well.
So if you live from Wilmot,
We'll clear this up.
Hamburg, Monroe, anywhere in Ashley County, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Lowest level of your house, put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, there it is. Let's just go ahead and just call it a tornado warning.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty indicative area of rotation. That's going to go for Ashley County and Chico County. So anybody in Montrose or the Lake Village area, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. We cannot stress that enough at this point, guys. You guys have seen this once again. I know it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I know a lot of people have church, a lot of Father's Day stuff going on. The fact that we have 900 people on the viewers right now at 3 o'clock in the morning means a whole lot to us, guys. I mean, the trust that you guys put in us, especially with severe weather setups like this, really means a lot, guys. So, Northern Ashley County, Southern Drew County, this is our unofficial tornado warning. I'm just going to go ahead and call it a tornado warning. In Ashley County and in Chico County, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately at the point there. What are you seeing over here?
Earlier, this is from earlier, but we now have official reports coming in from the Tennis Springs, where we had that, chicken houses are destroyed, power lines destroyed, trees thrown on top of houses and cars tossed like paper.
Goodness.
So a significant report coming out of the Scranton, Arkansas area earlier this evening, where we had a tornado reported by local law enforcement there. The good thing is we've not had any reports of injuries come out of there.
Okay, so we're getting some Facebook photos from Lisa Young. I'm gonna try to pull this up here in just a little bit. Trees down in the Little Rock Midtown area at this point, and also we've got some reports from Russellville. I mean, goodness, it looked like a bomb went off in the Russellville area here. We're gonna work on getting that up for you guys and get that up for you guys in just a little bit. So, bear with me for just a moment there. I'll take care of that at the time here. I'm gonna leave it up on the screen. That way, you kind of get a visual at this point. But I'm gonna take a look at that. That is insanity, guys. That is absolute insanity. That's gonna be fun.
So the good news is the help side went back up on our storm. But regardless of a tornado with this storm, you have very strong winds coming out of Hamburg. It's going to pass on Highway 165 in between Montrose and Wilmot.
Okay. I'm going to pause you for just a second. This is from Amy Johnson. She lives in North Crossett. They're now reporting power outages, trees down in Crossett from this particular storm. Thank you for sending that in, Jamie, and not Jamie. I was looking at one conversation and Extra number. Thank you, Amy, for the report. It also means a lot that you are listening to our YouTube right now. A lot of people have our YouTube on their TVs at 3 o'clock in the morning listening to our live coverage. So that really means a lot to
All right, so
guys.
if you can hear the sound of my voice, if you live from Montrose to Wilmot along 165, take your tornado precautions right now. This is moving to the southeast, 60 miles per hour. Again, let's go on. Treat this as a tornado. Each passing scan, it gets a little stronger. This is also well away from the radar site. However, that being said, it does not mean that there's not one there. We have at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving through this area as well. Not to take away from our folks in True County and DeKalb County, but we have a very strong storm moving through Ashland County at this time with damage reports ongoing.
Yeah.
So once again, if you live between Montrose and Wilmot on 165, please take your tornado precautions. Lowest level of your house, put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is a tornado possible tag on the storm, 70 mile per hour winds and 2-inch hail. So regardless of a tornado, you have 2-inch hail being tossed around like paper in 70 mile per hour wind. That it's going to go through windows, it's going to go through siding, regardless. We have had rain down here, so we do have loose trees, a lot of loose soil. I'm now getting reports of houses destroyed in Scranton as well.
Yeah.
I just saw that as well. A very significant event hit the state this evening.
Yeah, the houses destroyed in Scranton.
This has just been one of those nights, that we were afraid of, that our worst fears came true. Where we did have tornadoes, we had damaging winds. We have basically every aspect of severe weather that you can see across state over the last week. We've had basically hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. You had every aspect of severe weather you could possibly have in roughly the last 4 days.
Yep.
That being said, this is the peak of what we expect, and we are going to be hopefully transitioning to a more quieter period coming up.
Now we got permission. So, guys, this is going to be coming out of the. I'm not taking anything away from southeastern Arkansas. I kind of want to show you guys the perspective on what happened here in Russellville. So we've got trees down at this point. So maybe for just a moment, I'm gonna switch this over to just 1 second. I'm gonna make sure I've got that. Okay. All right. So give me just 1 second. I'm gonna get this up for you guys. But I believe that was Stephanie. Stephanie, I do appreciate you sending this in to our Facebook. Biggest thing I want to stress to you guys is I know whenever we deal with severe weather, people will send in severe weather. We want you guys to be safe. We're so glad that you are safe at this point in Russellville. And I'm going to get this up here in just a little bit so you guys can see. Give me 1 second. And we're going to have this up for you guys. So this is coming straight out of the Russellville area. This is coverage at 4 o'clock in the morning. We told you guys that we were going to be live throughout the entire night. No matter what, we were going to be here. We're going to be here keeping you guys updated on the latest here. So this is the latest at this point. Give me just 1 second. I got to change a hotkey real fast. The StreamMate briefly temporary. Okay, there we go. All right, it took care. It took care of it. Okay, so give me just 1 second. We're going to have you up and running a little bit. Okay. And we're going to be good. Okay. All right. So we're going to pull this up, guys. And this is from Russellville. There, take a look at that. This is from Stephanie Cummings. She's in the Russellville area. And that is some significant damage of the tree being uprooted from this storm earlier on. We really do appreciate you, Stephanie, for sending this in to our Facebook notification, our Facebook inbox. At this point, guys, and if y'all can get photos or anything like that of this, that's incredible. But we also want you guys to be safe as well. So we're gonna go back over to radar, but I wanted to show you guys that at this point, significant damage in the Russellville area at this current time here. So,
and again, if you live in Montrose, Wilmot, and you know what, I'm going to sound the alert for our folks in Chico County as well, from Eudora up to Lake Village.
Yeah.
go on and continue to take that safe place precautions. We're almost done, Arkansas. We're almost done.
Almost done.
It's been a long night. We're almost done. I mean, it's Father's Day, and this is what I'm doing. I mean, this is exactly what I'm doing. Hey, at 10 o'clock in the morning, I'll be in church with my family. So, I mean, but lives are at stake and lives are important, and this is what, and this is what we do. This is why we're here. This is why we started this in 2014. This is why we're working on so many upgrades to everything y'all do. It's for this exact reason, to keep you ahead of the storm.
Yeah.
And this goes just to show you again, we have a very strong damage and wind threat coming out of Ashland County now. Moving into Chico County, we have a brand new warning in effect that is not tornado possible.
Okay. So it's going for Southeast Arkansas.
Chico County.
Chico County, I would still just go ahead and do it, because you guys are classic down there for having tornadoes with severe thunderstorm warnings. So I would just go ahead and do it. Just be on the safe side. At the point, we're going to switch back over to our radar. I said that. We're going to back over to our rotation here real quick. Yeah, there we go. All right.
It's getting tired.
It's getting tired. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning, actually.
What?
Yeah. So I think that's what happened. Maybe a radar glitch down here. I think that was a radar glitch. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that was a radar glitch. That's what I thought. Take it 1 second. Go over here. Yeah, it's loading up the newest scan, so it's going to be coming up here just shortly. I think I caught it when it was loading up the scan. So go back over to this. And there's a tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning. Our radar's tired. It's okay. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's all tired.
Yeah. And so I see a severe thunderstorm warning. So LZK, I'm pretty sure it's going to let go of that considerable damage tag up there in Arkansas County as well.
Yeah.
We've lost most of our considerable damage tag, which is a good thing. And that's what we like to see. So right now, the strongest storm in the state, really, we have one coming into Jonesboro right now. We got one coming in to Forest City, West Helena. We also have, obviously, our strongest one coming into the Eudora, Lake Village, and Chico County areas as well.
Yeah.
But again, we have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this storm coming into Chico County as well. So let's just go over all the warnings in effect. Right now we have Craighead, Quinzette, Cross, Crittenden, Forest, St. Francis, Lee, Phillips, and Chico counties and Ashley counties as well. Jackson County and Woodard County, y'all are still in the warnings as well as Prairie and Monroe, and northern Arkansas counties as well. And, we still have the additional development behind the line of storm that is not expected to be as severe as what went through earlier this evening. However, it could hinder ongoing recovery for power and debris as well throughout the evening. Again, the unfortunate thing is that we have seen a lot of damage across much of the state. This evening we have seen damage reports coming out of tornado damage areas March 31st as well. We have seen reports out of Cameron Village now, out of the Heights, out of Hillcrest.
I saw that. Yeah.
Out of the Breckenridge areas. Also now starting to get reports, coming out of the other damage areas as well. So again, it's just something that unfortunately we have to deal with, and we're not immune to severe weather. Throughout the year, we're not immune to severe weather. We had a lull for much of April and much of May. But
that's what I'm worried about.
That being said, we have to watch for that possibility again throughout the evening. Really every day. Every day throughout the spring and the summertime.
Wow. This is from earlier on. Tornado ground. It was southeast if I'm not. So it's earlier on. I really do appreciate you posting this on Facebook. Huge pine tree down in front of the yard. This was in Conway earlier on from the storms. Like I said, that's why we're trying to tell you guys so much. Don't prioritize tornadoes over wind damage. This is what wind damage does. It does stuff like this. It brings down trees. It it causes power outages, snaps, not power lines, power poles, and stuff like that. It does stuff like this. So never prioritize tornadoes over anything else. I mean, it shouldn't be tornado or nothing. It should be damaging wind, hail, lightning, flooding, tornado, and then nothing.
Let me tell you, there's nobody more storm weary than that town just north of Lake Providence.
Yeah.
Um,
Rolling Fork, yes, sir. Yes,
which
sir.
we will have a podcast coming out next week about that.
Yeah.
But man, it has been a night. It is first night back in the studio for me in a while, and it's been a night where it took a team effort. Across the state. Again, that being said, we have lots of power outages across the state, lots of damage around the state. First light will reveal just how bad that damage really is.
Yeah.
I'm
think I'll be
afraid
here
to see the damage here at report. Actually.
What's up?
But the good news is though is that how they
What's up? Yeah.
they just canceled Washington. Yeah.
I thought I worked backwards sometime.
So, your severe thunderstorm watch dropped for all Ashton and Northeast Arkansas. We're about there.
We're about that. And we're approaching sunrise. We're about done. So, yeah. Yep. We're about there. We're about there. But I'm gonna leave the YouTube up for a little bit, kind of you guys a little bit more, just make sure we're good. Now, if it starts getting to the period that we're quiet completely, and that's yet they have dropped all considerable tags with this. So, what we're gonna do now, guys, as we mentioned before, we're gonna go back over and we're gonna do this. 1 second. I'm gonna give you guys a statewide view of what's going on. So I'm gonna stop the radar for just a little bit. We're gonna go back over to
41,000 without power. Most of that's coming from South Arkansas.
yeah.
The same South Arkansas that has dealt with ice storm this year. Same South Arkansas that has dealt with multiple
Tornadoes.
tornadoes did this year. The same South Arkansas that has dealt with multiple windstorms this year. And hailstorm. Did I forget about that? So, yeah.
I'd be moving at that point.
Needless to say, we are a severe weather weary state.
Yeah.
Again, you look at it like this. It's June. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida.
Yeah.
And Georgia
Yeah.
has had more severe weather in June than the entire northern plains combined. This time of year, climatology-wise, everything is north and we're starting to deal with heat. It's been
You better throw that climatology.
It's been vice versa this year, but this is a very typical El Nino pattern. Again, if any of you were around in 2009, you know how mild of a summer that was, where we had multiple rounds of severe weather throughout the summertime season.
We are not going to talk about what happened that winter. We are not going to talk about what happened.
But
We're not going to talk about it here.
we'll deal with that when the time comes.
Yeah.
But like I said, that being said, we're gonna wash storm to southwest Arkansas. We're gonna keep, those are gonna be hailers. Your main severe threats waning. You will still have damage and wind threat throughout the nighttime hours. We're not leaving you.
The YouTube stream is going to continue.
Our
till the
YouTube
morning.
stream is going to continue. That being said, if tornado warnings do go out, if we go back to a lot of considerable tab, but I don't think we will. Obviously, live stream will go back up.
Yep.
And we'll be back covering once again. But this is about to cross the Mississippi River within the next hour.
Yeah, I think we're done. I think we're going to be good to go. I will say this, because I know you've got to be up. If anything occurs during the overnight hours, like 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, I can take over from there. But I think with a line coming through of this magnitude, it has wiped out your atmosphere. So
Yep.
I don't think you're going to have too big of an issue with these storms as you continue to cross towards the east. I think that's it.
Yep.
I think that's it, guys. We had at one point almost 2,000 viewers on YouTube. We forgot our Facebook problem, so we're gonna get that taken care of by this afternoon. We really do appreciate you guys for being here. We love each and every one of y'all. Thank y'all so much for being up with us 4 o'clock in the morning. Unlike normal people that would be asleep, but it's okay. But other than that, guys, Steve Forecast Cameron.
And Derek here. Well, once again, thank you for joining us on your source for all things
Thanks,
Arkansas weather.